the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The National Assembly has approved the Finance Bill 2026 after members of Parliament held an electronic vote on Thursday evening. The bill will now be sent to President William Ruto for signing into law as part of the government's plan to introduce new tax and revenue measures for the 2026-2027 financial year. The bill had initially been passed through a voice note, but some lawmakers demanded a formal division vote, forcing the House to conduct an electronic tally in line with parliamentary procedures.
The results of the vote are as follows. On the third reading to the Finance Bill, the ayes, electronic vote 103, manual vote 19, total 122. The nays, electronic vote 36, manual vote 4, total 40. Order, abstentions nil, so the results, the ayes have it.
Transport Cabinet Secretary Davis Chirchir has dismissed reports linking a private company to the planned modernization of Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Speaking in Nairobi on Tuesday, Chirchir said the company did not take part in the procurement process and has no connection to the multi-billion shilling project. The CS said government was concerned by media reports claiming the firm was involved in the airport expansion and that the project will cost 375 billion Kenya shillings.
The government has taken note with serious concern reports appearing in sections of the media, particularly in the standard newspaper media, houses owned Kenyans, media houses owe Kenyans a high duty of care not to intentionally or by careless misinform Kenyans. We wish to clarify that the company referred to in those reports, I think there's a company which has been referred to, did not participate in this procurement process as a bidder and has no role, involvement or association whatsoever with this project.
Kenya private security workers have called on the Ministry of Labour to revoke licenses of companies failing to implement the minimum wage of 30,000 Kenya shillings. The workers said continued underpayment has placed a heavy financial burden on security guards, making it difficult for many to meet basic needs amid the rising cost of living.
And we are not joking around because it's about our wives, our family, and our welfare, isn't it? Yes. Na hiyo makampuni ambayo haifanyi minimum wage, kampuni ambayo heshimu order ya serikali yenu ya Ministry of Labor kulipa minimum wage. Why can't you seize them? Why can't you revoke them? Simply because I believe the government must listen to the cries of the poor. Na Mheshimiwa Rais alisema hawa ndio watu wapo hodo. Sasa tangu achukue uongozi 3 years, hakuna minimum wage.
The United States has ended its naval blockade of Iran after both countries agreed to a deal aimed at ending the conflict in the Middle East. U.S. Central Command announced on X that the blockade had been lifted following instructions from the U.S. president. However, it said some American naval vessels will remain in the region. Shortly after the announcement, Iran's Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei said he had approved the agreement with the United States, although he noted that he had a different view on the matter without giving further details. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? It is now 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. This is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast. My name is Mungana Mbuvi, and I'm with CT Muga in the studio. Guess what, folks? It is Friday. CT, it's Friday.
Yes, it is.
Kuna mwimbaji, a French artist. He comes from a place in France. In France, known as Lyon. So, mwimbaji alimba hivi. It is okay, nifurahide. It is okay, nifurahide. Unajua msanii? Anaitwa Je n'aime les sons.
I've actually heard your song, but
Umesikia that song?
I've actually heard the song.
Yes. The French artist is actually called Zemerzenger, aka Nemiliason. Limba, it is okay, nifurahide. So, jua leo ni Friday na show ikisha City mimi na wewe bumper to bumper. Tunaenda pamoja, leo huniwachi. Hii maneno ya kupoteanga Friday na kuona Monday asubuhi tumeacha.
Alright.
But uko sawa?
Mimi? Sana.
Karibu tena sana katika kipindi chetu known as the People's Breakfast, and to all the folks who are tuned in, thank you so much. I know for a fact MC Tonje is somewhere. You know what? Actually, here he is. MC Tonje anakuanga mtu wa kwanza kucheck in, and I'm sure always the last person to check out as well. So we appreciate you, MC Tonje, and the rest of the folks who are currently tuning in. Wenye wanajikokota wanaamka from wherever you are. The people listening to us from Rwanda, the land of 1,000 hills. People from Perth in Australia, and others from New York and Minnesota, and the people in New Zealand. Everyone who's tuning in, karibu tena sana. So if you send me your salams, I shall definitely give you a shout out. Meanwhile, today, this is what the United Nations is celebrating. Today being 19th of June, it is the International Day for the Elimination of Sexual Violence in Conflict. Again, International Day for the Elimination of Sexual Violence in Conflict. Like I told you, the UN has a day for everything. Whoever thought would have a specific day for the elimination of sexual violence, specifically in conflict? We know sexual violence happens in a lot of other scenarios, but today specifically, we focus on sexual violence in what? In conflict. Let me see if I can read just an excerpt. Here we go. They're saying sexual violence against children is one of the 6 grave violations identified and condemned by the United Nations Security Council, forming part of its framework to monitor and respond to abuses in armed conflict. In contemporary conflicts, sexual violence has become increasingly prevalent, often occurring in environments where the rule of law has collapsed. It is frequently used deliberately as a tactic of war to terrorize communities, force displacement, or assert control over population. And they are saying that both girls and boys are affected, although their experiences are often underreported or misunderstood. In some contexts, harmful practices exploit children systematically, reflecting the breakdown of institutions meant to protect them. So, they're talking about weaponizing vulnerability in times of war. Na sana sana, they focus on the sexual violence. So there you have it. You can check out the UN website. They have more information on this, and also how you can chime in as a global citizen to ensure that this doesn't continue any more or any longer. All right. We're still in Senegal. Today is our last day, right?
It is so.
All right.
What you have spoken of,
yes,
is an absolute truth.
And the Senegal people speak a lot of Francais.
Yes, they do.
All right.
They do. It's one of the national languages that they speak. You know, this particular proverb for the day is reminiscent of something that people who are given to colonialism and who want to rule and control others have done over time. If you look at
the story that we find in the Middle East, specifically
Yes.
Israel and its neighbors in Palestine. You look at the policies that they had from the time they came into that country in 1948. The systematic destruction of libraries,
Yes.
the displacement of people from the places they lived in, growing pine forests and giving it a different name, so that the existence of those people and the names of those particular places are erased completely. Okay?
Yeah.
I came across a word that I'd never heard of before. The killing of the memory. Memory side.
Yes.
Killing of the memory. So that the historical significance is actually diminished. You do this by destroying places of worship that have existed for a long time. Like, for instance, there's a mosque in Palestine called the Vinan Mosque. Universities destroyed. Those are places of learning. And when you destroy them, you destroy their libraries as well. So any historical context that somebody may have goes.
Disappears, yeah.
So, but it also gives you an opportunity to rewrite that particular story. And to write it and to fashion it according to what you find suits you.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm giving this background because in order to understand the proverb, one has to understand historical what it is those who have sought to be colonialists have done. You look at the Americas and what they did to the Native Americans. You look at the Canadians. By the way, people don't talk about the Canadians. They did similar things.
Yeah.
Decimated entire communities in an attempt to almost erase their past and their history and their heritage.
Yeah.
So that you can then rewrite the history to suit your purposes. You look at what happened to the blacks who were brought into America as slaves. Okay? And over the years, what it is that they endured. Remember, slaves were not just property.
Yeah.
No. Slaves were assets. Slaves were commodities you could trade with, and they had a value. And in the absence of their contribution to the development of that particular nation, the nation may not have grown, because that is free labor. And you had it for how many years?
Forever.
Yes, exactly.
For as long as they are active.
For as long as those particular communities lived. And yes. Now the proverb from Senegal. You can't kill a people fast enough than by killing their past.
You can't kill a people fast enough?
Then by killing their past.
What?
Kill their past.
That's it, man.
Man, because
you've erased them.
Yes, exactly. You've erased them
from history.
What are they? What you are is not the present only. It is the past.
I know, like even here in Kenya, there are some communities that the government is desperately trying to keep alive. Well, not alive, but trying to ensure that their population grows. For the El Chamus, for example. I'm forgetting. There's another tribe as well. The government is keen on ensuring that they do not disappear from history, because...
Have you heard of one called El Molo?
El Molo sijawasikia.
There was a community around central area here, bordering Masala, called Ndorobo.
I know the Ndorobo.
Do you hear them?
I wouldn't say I know of Ndorobo.
Yes. So, the point being, those are genuine minority communities. And in the absence of protection, they actually disappear.
Yeah, because I remember, for example, for the El Chamus, because this is the one that I remember, they are in the hundreds, perhaps not even more than 300. That's a very small number.
Bro, those are very few.
In my family, just from if I go back to my great-grandfather, I think I can count 300 of us.
Probably even more.
Yes. So you can imagine that is one clan that is remaining, literally.
What often happens with time, there's the natural attrition rate, which comes with modernization, then comes with marriages, then comes with movements. So people meld and mix, and over time, we find it in communities where, for instance, you border other communities that have perhaps a stronger presence. You'll find that one, you adopt their language, you adopt their culture. You may still retain the language of your people, but the dominant language will be that of the people who are close to you, because of the vibrant or the strong nature of that particular community. Yes.
Okay.
You will find it in places where people border each other.
All right. There you have it. There's a knee here by Reuters. Wamesema, it's a tweet. Wamesema, Kenya's soccer mad president William Ruto, an avid Arsenal fan, said he had invited the Premier League champions to visit. Of thousands of jubilant supporters flooded Nairobi streets to celebrate the club's first title in more than 20 years. So Mheshimiwa Rais amesema ya kwamba amepigia watu wa Arsenal simu. Okay, amewatumia message akawaambia, my friend, akina Saka, hebu mkuje mcheze mpira huku, ndio wa Kenya waweze ku experience the true EPL champions. I don't know if they will agree or they have already agreed or they're in talks, but it would be a good thing if they did come and perhaps play at the Atlanta Stadium, which has a capacity of 60,000. There, a lot of stadia by the way abroad, that's the capacity. You know, the average. Of course, there are those who go up to 100K, but 60,000 is the average.
Remember, football or soccer in those nations is a business.
It is.
So that stadia is a business investment.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. As we still play amateur football.
Yeah. I think we should actually consider perhaps sports tourism. If we can have this stadia, then once in a while we ask Arsenal to come and play against another, big team.
Matches and so forth.
Yeah. One time in Eldoret, we ask Feyenoord to come and play here. Another time, we contact Galatasaray in Turkey and we tell them, kujeni na team ingine flani, chezeni ka friendly hapa. We have another one in Kisumu, have another team in stadium in Kericho, have another one in Wajia, hii juzi ilitengenezwa, and call these guys kuja wacheze huku. That would be good.
Very good. Very good indeed.
Hapo nimefikiria
sana,
nimepatia serikali idea, waki-implement nataka royalties. I hope the president is listening.
It's good to dream, brother. It's good to dream.
Are you saying that this won't happen?
No. I'm saying, let me put it different. It's good to imagine. It's good.
All right. Before I get into our website, let me salimia wawili watatu hapa. Danson Kenya, how are you doing? You're saying good morning City and Movie. Nice to see you this great morning. Nice to see you as well. Na akasema good morning wa Kenya wazalendo. William Musita amesema morning City and Movie, ni furahide. Hata yeye ameanza kuimba. Just a day before my birthday, which is tomorrow. So you are turning how old, my friend William? Tuambie miaka yako. But umeambiwa happy birthday na Danson Kenya hapo. So pia sisi tumekuambia happy birthday in advance. Willis Joe amesema good morning City and Movie. Well, good morning to you too. Tumekumbusha kuna timu nyingine inaitwa El Moros, not team. Kuna tribe nyingine inaitwa El Moros.
El Molo.
Yes. El Mo. You said El Molo. Is it El Molo or El Moros?
It's El Molo.
Okay. Danson Kenya ne thegio muno. Wacha sasa tuingie katika mtandao tuangalie what's making headlines, breaking news and so on and so forth. There's one here about HIV. Young women children still hit hardest as Kenya records 13,936 new HIV infections. I was listening to this story last night and I was shocked to find out that majority of our, and I think they said 54% of new infections are children. Children, teenagers and young women continue to shoulder the greatest burden of new HIV infections in Kenya last year, even as the country recorded one of its strongest gains yet in reducing the spread of the virus. Newly released government estimates show, and according to the data published yesterday by the National Syndemic Diseases Control Council, indicates that 13,936 people contracted HIV in 2025, with more than half of the new infections recorded among children and young people. The latest figures point to continued progress in the country's HIV response, with new infections falling sharply from 32,000, which had been reported in 2020. So that particular news story was saying that a majority of these infections are mother to child, because of ukijifungua mtoto, hizo infections zinafanyika wakati huo. And then of course there is the other risk of breastfeeding when you have HIV. Yeah, so akasema hiyo ndio mambo ambayo inasumbua.
Breastfeeding haina shida.
But unajua inategemea CT. Sometimes when a child latches on the breast on the nipple for a very long time, the nipple can bleed.
Yes. Yes.
And if the child happens to have vidonda pia kwa mdomo, that transfer can happen.
It can. But the process of breastfeeding in and of itself,
no. The process of breastfeeding is fairly safe. Yeah, so there you have it. New HIV infections, 13,930 what? 36. Let's check out another story here. Where are we? Oh yeah, here we go. Kenya announces 3-month partial closure of Wayakiwe near Westlands roundabout. I saw this story and I was like, wait, what? 3 months? Tunafunga kwani tunajenga barabara nyingine mpya? So this is what they're saying.
They're carpeting the road.
Thousands of motorists traveling through Westlands will have to contend with months of traffic interruptions after the Kenya National Highways Authority, KENHA, announced the partial closure of a section of Wayakiwe to pave the way for the construction and expansion of pedestrian footbridges along the busy corridor. Okay, this is a good thing. Now, the authority said the affected section is the Nakuru-bound side of Wayakiwe. So, hii side ingine, sindio? Wajua nenda huko hivyo Nakuru. Between Karuna Close and Westlands roundabout. Wow, that's quite a stretch, eh?
Not really. There already exists a footbridge. Yes, that leads to Karuna Road. So where exactly they want to put this thing? After the roundabout?
So they're saying, again, the authority said the affected section is the Nakuru-bound side of Wayakiwe, between Karuna Close and Westlands roundabout. So from Karuna all the way to Westlands roundabout. Actually, just all the way to Westlands, basically. Mutateseka. But umesema from June 25 to September 25. So mko tu sawa. 3 months. I mean, 3 months mnaweza vumilia. MP's clear finance bill 2026 paving way for Ruto's ascent. I know we'll tackle this one, especially with our guests who are going to be coming today. But let me just read what has been written here by Bradley Bosire. Bradley amesema the National Assembly has given approval to the finance bill of 2026 after a recorded electronic vote, moving the proposed law to President William Ruto for assent as part of the government's push to roll out new tax and revenue reforms for the 2026-2027 financial year. The approval came on Thursday evening after MPs endorsed all changes tabled by the Finance and National Planning Committee. What had first been passed through acclamation was later subjected to a formal vote after a section of legislators pushed for a division, leading to an electronic tally in line with House rules. Yesterday, so Kimani Ichung'wah, Kikuyu MP and also Majority Leader, it's like he was almost crying. Alikuwa anazushia wale MPs wa opposition, alikuwa nakatai maneno ya finance bill. But why do you want to get tax relief on your mortgage, but you do not want Kenyans to get? And he was, it's like he was almost crying. You know the way, I don't know if you've watched Music Festival, where a character will cry to emphasize the emotion in that particular script. That is what Mheshimiwa Kimani alikuwa anafanya. Even if alikuwa anafanya jana.
So you understand drama a lot more than I do.
Why? Why do you want them to get this and you do not? Why? Why are you being unfair? What kind of human are you?
If I watch some of the clips from Parliament, some are outrightly hilarious.
This one was hilarious, kudangani. Why do you want to deny your villagers? And I was like, hey bro, okay, I think we get to the point now. And he was being told order, that order, hiyo kitu order watangu anasebanga hata isaidiangi. Order, kuna mtu anamsikiza.
Sina anajongelesha.
Alikuwa anajongelesha jana. It was hilarious. But yeah, there you have it, finance bill.
But at least there was a vigorous debate, and there are those who didn't particularly think it was a good thing. Among the people who seem to have taken exception to some of these things is one Mheshimiwa called Mbui.
Kathiani MP.
We need to ask that gentleman to come.
He came here once. We need to ask him to come back.
Acha rudi atuongeleshe kidogo. Atuambie his thoughts on this particular subject.
Mimi napenda venye waliletana na Kimani Ichung'wah the day before, because Kimani had said he did a presser with a lot of government MPs. Na akasema why is the position lying? Of course I'm paraphrasing here, but he said, look, kama kiongozi yote atakwambia ati kuna kitu imeongezwa hapo sijui tax ni nini, akwambie ni kipengele gani.
Bas.
And then of course Kuria, the Molo guy came, Kimani Kuria, even him, but they're both Kimanis, eh? So the other Kimani came and said, look, this and this, so don't be lied to. Then they left. No sooner than they left that place, akina Robert Mbui wakaingia wakasema Kenyans hii kipengele, na akasoma hizo vipengele. I was like, what the? So either someone is lying to us or someone is lying to us, or they are both lying to us.
You know, the secret to any budget and its ramifications.
Yes.
Forget the debates now. Give it 3 months, give it 6 months.
Yes.
Hapo ndio utajua tulikuwa tumepewa nini.
Yeah.
Sasa bado. Then ukisikia mini budget, bas.
Ndio tutajua.
Bas sasa ujue hapa.
Na kuna wanga na supplementary budget pia.
Kwanza ukisikia hiyo. Hiyo
tumekarangwa.
Woi.
You're a true African.
Woi.
Ati kwanza hiyo, Wa?
Yes.
Nyata amjui.
Yes.
Amjui. But anyway, we'll be talking about this particular finance bill. Today we are hosting an economist. He's been here before. Anaitwa Odhiambo. Odhiambo atakuja na tutaongea na atatuambia mambo mengi zaidi. Senator Shakila demands answers over KDF land acquisition in Lamu. Lately, KDF has been in the headlines, on this matters to do with land. Remember that other issue? Was it in Garissa or where? Or Mandera? That place where they apparently have taken over. Is it an airstrip?
You are the nani?
Sijui. Okay, hata nisome ya Lamu ndio tuelewe kidogo vizuri. Shida ya KDF hawakujangi kwa TV ku explain.
No, they don't.
They don't even come to radio. Wanachanga mujazililie huko. Lamu Senator Shakila Abdallah has sought a formal statement from the Senate Standing Committee on Lands, Environment and Natural Resources over the acquisition of land by the Kenya Defence Forces in Kililana, yes, and neighboring villages in Lamu County. The senator raised concerns about the transparency of the acquisition process, compensation of affected residents, and the continued expansion of military facilities in the area, saying local communities deserve clear answers regarding the use of their ancestral land.
Okay. Your ancestral land.
So it's ancestral, yes.
Yes. There is something called adverse possession. Where serikali inaweza kujiseme tunataka kuchukua, but when you do that, you must compensate.
Okay.
And you must also give these people an alternative. Mali wanaenda, inakuwaga hivyo. Unaweza kuchukua ardhi, si ati hawezi.
Chukua dawa chukueni.
Wanaweza. But they can say it's for strategic purposes. Yote tunaelewa na ni sawa, lakini you must be able to say, okay, sasa kwa vile hii imefanyika, sasa mtaenda hapa na hii disturbance nini, tunaomba mchukue kibunda, mwende mjisort nayo.
Poleni sana.
Lakini poleni sana. That one.
What happens if now we had, buried our kin there, of course, which is what I'm sure is in this situation. So what happens? Tunaacha tu mndabaki nayo ardhi na watu wetu.
What would you like to do? What would you like to see?
Can they exhume and then help us rebury these people?
If you bring that topic, I think it would be a worthwhile topic to be discussed, because if we have a burial ground, and we don't want to leave our ancestors behind. Yes.
For example,
it's never been asked. That's why I'm saying you've raised a valid point. It's never been asked.
Kwetu we have a cemetery in our homestead, Ukoshago. My grandfather's homestead. There's a place where it has been designated.
You set aside.
Hapa ndio kila mtu atakuja kulala when the time comes.
So ikifika mahali umerudisha logbook, unakuja hapo.
Hapo ndio utakuja kunini sasa. So see that one we can request watu tutataka as you relocate us.
It's never
Can
been
you
asked.
relocate these folks?
I've never read of it being asked for. But the point you raise is a valid one. It can be asked. Yes.
Okay. Good one. One last one before we get into the traffic, of which I am sure hakuna traffic. 61 teachers seek transfers from Nyandarua as Olkalau by election hits up. Okay. Acha tusome tuone nasema nini. A growing wave of anxiety sweeping through schools in Nyandarua County after dozens of teachers petitioned for transfers, saying they no longer feel safe working in the area as political competition for the Olkalau parliamentary seat heats up ahead of the July 16th, 2026 by-election. The Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers says it has received 61 formal requests from teachers seeking to leave the county, linking the move to rising political tension and alleged ethnic-driven rhetoric during campaign rallies. Ay, sasa. So hii ni kupea tu wamesema wanataka kutoka huko, si ndio? Ay, sasa basi. It is what it is.
But it need not be that way.
But let me ask, Kwani, how heated is it that it is affecting, it is bringing this so-called ethnic tension?
I think that is something we need to ask somebody who comes from there to explain to us, because I can only guess, and I actually don't want to guess in this situation. But for there to be this number of teachers who want to leave, there's something afoot.
61 teachers.
Kuna kitu inafanyika hapo.
Haya, sawa basi. Wacha tufanye kitu inaitwa traffic so that we can tell you what's happening on your roads, where you could be stuck or where you will be stuck or where you are currently stuck.
Traffic.
So here is it. Here it is rather. Watu wa Karanja Road kule sehemu za Kibra hakuna shida yoyote, naona mnasonga vizuri sana. Sunview Estate also looking sehemu za Strathmore, Railo Dinga Way, that the area is looking good, yeah. Ngong Road also looking side za Kibra also not looking bad at all. Yaya Center, that area as you're heading towards Cotton Avenue, Dennis Pritt Road, utokeze State House Road, mko sawa kabisa. Ukijisikia unaweza pitia hapo salimie Ruto. Then City way. Wataki kusalimia Ruto?
No, sikusema sitaki kumsalimia. Ako wapi?
Ako hapa State House.
Okay, hi.
There's no traffic there.
Jambo.
Gatundu Road looking good, Kandara as well. If we go over to this other side of Westlands, James Gishuru Road as you're heading towards Waiyaki Way, no complaints whatsoever. Muguga Estate, those particular areas also looking good. If you go way back to Mountain View into Uthiru, you're looking fantastic if you're driving towards or coming from those areas. As you're driving towards the CBD as well, you will encounter absolutely zero traffic. Maybe up until that time when they will start that construction, then maybe things will change. Airport North Road, currently this is now Embakasi, the eastern side of the county, not looking bad at all. The roads, a little bit of a delay there. I'm probably thinking maximum 3 minutes, but the traffic is not looking bad at all. I can see a few spots where matatus would stop. Maybe that's where you'll find a little bit of traffic. And if I go back through the eastern bypass, all the way to Ruai, kila kitu iko shwari. I'm interested in checking out Outer Ring. Now, Outer Ring Road is looking clean today as opposed to other days. All the way to the GSU headquarters as you're joining the Thika Superhighway. And then things start looking thick as you're approaching Utalii Hotel. Once you get to Utalii Hotel, that is where you'll find the mother of all traffic jams as you're heading to the CBD. But this one, if in my estimation, maximum delay, maybe 10 minutes. After that, everything else moves fantastic. If you're coming from Kiambu Road, the road is not looking bad at all up until you get to the Thika Superhighway. All right, so that's as far as Nairobi is concerned. Hata Mombasa Road sio mbaya sana. Mlolongo, if you're coming from Kitengela, you're moving quite well. Now, let's go to Mombasa and see how things are looking like in that particular area. The main island of Mombasa, not looking bad at all, like literally zero traffic whatsoever. But if you see something I need to know, please let me know, because I'm looking at Congo where, Mkomani, as you're heading towards Kengeleni. A little bit of traffic at Kengeleni, but this one, it won't even cost you 30 seconds to get through this kind of traffic. That means you're moving quite well. Yeah, so Mombasa is looking good, but if there's something happening anywhere else that I haven't mentioned, whether it's in Mombasa, Kisumu, or even in Pokot, please let us know. We shall definitely keep the world updated.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
City has brought my favorite newspaper, which I also think is his favorite newspaper. Ni venye atakangi kusema The Nairobian. Ntimama Files.
Habari kem.
Ndio hiyo sasa. Moto. In Kikamba we say mwaki. Buried Secrets, Bitter Feud. Now, They're saying there's a legacy for sale here, or rather they're questioning, is there a legacy for sale? Nearly a decade after his death, former minister is back at the center of a storm as his family and researcher lock horns over a disputed biography, triggering a courtroom battle laced with claims of betrayal, stolen legacy, secret family archives, royalty demands, and a bitter fight over who has the right to tell the story of the man once hailed as the king of the Maasai. I remember Ntimama. He was a guy with a lot of grace.
Very charismatic fellow.
Another one here. Murder in the name of love. The bloody trails of broken hearts. Yeah, pictures of some ladies here. I believe these ones are no longer with us. I've recognized one actually. This one most recently died. Poleni tena sana to the families. But yeah, if you would like to read more of this one, you can check out pages 22 and 23 of the Nairobian. At the very top there, Tuma Fair myth busted. Women are the real force behind Kenya's money flow. Si Tuma Fair? You know, expecting someone to come and they never come.
Expecting someone to come where?
To your place for a date, or you meet in town.
No.
So they tell you, akinitumie pesa ya taxi or matatu, and then they just don't show up.
No, that has never happened to me.
So back in the day, during your time when you used to court ladies.
It is back in the day that I'm referring to.
Yeah, so I want to understand one thing. What was the equivalent of this fraud?
The equivalent of the fraud was you ask a girl for a date and she comes with two of her friends.
Oh yeah, that is still happening. Okay, so you guys didn't have it that bad.
Well, the thing is this. I think it was silly of the girl.
Yes.
Because what they've done, without realizing it, they've just expanded your market share.
Because now you have more to choose from.
I have more to choose from. So should she decide to play hooky?
And if you're vindictive, you will actually not choose her. You will end up with her friend.
No.
What?
In fact, you pray she brings her friends more often. Yes. So it's but when I asked a young lady about it in those days, they explained to me and I understood.
Okay.
I said, look, it isn't every weekend that I will have a date. Okay? Now, when I bring my friends, because you've told us you're taking us to you're taking us, now it's not her, now it's us.
It's us, yes.
To this and this place. It means when one of my friends also has a date. But exactly. I said, it makes sense. It makes sense.
I'm a damn survivor.
Well, actually, think about it. Somebody wants to have fun.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
And they want it funded. So.
But the reason you were calling this girl to come to this date is because you wanted to know her better and perhaps later on take her back to your place so that
Sorry.
Yes,
I wanted to do what?
To know her better. You wanted to know her better. That's why you've asked her to, accompany you to this date. Yes.
Paul.
Yes.
When you're young, you want to go dancing.
Yes.
You want someone to go dancing with. Okay? The other nocturnal activities that you're alluding to may or may not occur.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
But you don't want to go and dance by yourself.
Yes.
All right?
In my case, they have to occur. I have a 98% success rate.
Okay. So I'm simply saying that...
You're simply saying that?
I'm simply saying that depends on what one was looking for. I personally loved dancing.
You know what, City? One of these fine days, we shall do a special podcast, specifically outside the breakfast show, to talk about back in the day, and I tell you what is happening currently. Sababu kuna vitu zingine unaniambianga nasema, ati you just want someone to go and dance with.
Well, that was me.
Shit. Not understanding life nowadays. Anyway, one last one here. 33 years on, wife dumps hubby chosen by her father. This story is on page 9.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can check out. 33 years on, you're dumping your husband that your father chose for you because 33 years later, you realize you don't love this guy.
Well, that it has been framed as dumping the husband whom the father chose. I would stick with the dumping the husband. Okay. Yes, because she may have chosen the husband and she would still would still have a story. But the story of you having made a choice and then dumping that is not interesting. If your father chose for you, then you are dumping your father's choice. That's a better story. Yes, it's more interesting. Yes.
No, I was listening to our colleague earlier on telling us the way in their community, the Somali community, it's sometimes it's better to allow your family to choose for you a wife, because wanakuambianga ile familia ni ya wenda wazimu, ile familia ni ya watu entrepreneurial, ile ni ya academics,
wale ni warogi
na wale ni warogi. I was thinking, it's actually a good idea, because if I look at how we are doing courtship nowadays, the number of breakups and failed marriages we are seeing,
the failed marriages and the breakups, one must understand what it is that they represent.
Yep.
Start with expectations that people have in relationships. Okay? What you as a guy thinks, expects, and what the young lady then thinks and expects.
Yeah.
Usually there's a clash. Because these are not things that are, in this process of getting to know somebody better as you claim, they're not discussed at great length. You don't get to understand what somebody actually likes, doesn't like. The dating process, as you correctly surmise, is supposed to help with this process.
Ujue mtu na
mnapiga story, kwenu watu wako namna gani, nini na nini.
There are things you won't know immediately, but I get what you mean. For sure, I get.
Yes.
Yeah. But, both man and woman, if they want to hide things, they will hide.
Why do you think that there used to be a process called courtship?
Yeah.
And it didn't take a day? It gave you that opportunity. Yes. And if you understand even the so-called marriage processes, the African custom, it's not a day. No. Kuna siku unaenda ili watu wakujue wewe ni nani. And then upewe labda permission usiombe sawa unaweza kurudi. Then kuna kitu, it's a long process. You may even visit that home 3 or 4 times. Every time you go, you never go alone. You go with more and more people. Now in the process, you're amazed to find watu wanajuana hapo.
Unakuja
nani?
Ulikuwa unafanya kazi Nakuru nini pale kwa railways
Yes,
I know you.
No, ulikuwa unafanya Paretram.
Okay. Wow. I know this guy.
Yeah, bas, unaona hizo. So there was a purpose to it. So by the time, because our unions were not these Western unions that the boy meets girl. No. It's boy brings community and girl brings community and communities meet.
Nice.
That was our setup.
Podcast coming. There's a front page here on the Standard that says, who's fooling whom? As Transport CS Davis Churchill dismisses reports linking Wicknell Shivayo's firm to the multi-billion shilling JKIA expansion and insists the project will cost no more than 154 billion. Insiders tell a radically different story. Sources say the airport overhaul has merely been split into phases that could push the final bill beyond 310 billion, raising questions about transparency, procurement and financing. If no contractor has been selected, why are detailed figures and consortium names out? And if the project is only worth 154 billion, why are insiders talking about a second phase almost as costly as the first? To end the back and forth, all the government needs to do is make the contract public. Siti wa kumbusho na wambianga hivi kila wakati. Uko na namba ya nani? Davis
nani?
Churchill.
No.
So yesterday, Davis Churchill said that, look, this Chivayo gentleman is not involved in any way, shape or form with this mambo ya JKIA. But weren't we told in a different headline that Chivayo is the broker between Kenya and the Chinese company that is building this thing?
Do we actually need him to broker? We already work with the Chinese.
That is question number 3.
Yes.
Thank you very much. But let's just go to the fact that Tulembwa is a broker. But then now, according to Mheshimiwa Churchill, this guy is not even part of any deal whatsoever. We have a lot of Chinese folks that we work with here in our country. They're doing amazing jobs huku wakijenga manyumba, wengine wajenga mabarabara, railways and so on and so forth. Do we honestly need someone from Zimbabwe to come and broker a deal?
No, we don't actually.
So
Unless
even I know I have several Chinese friends on my phone I can actually call today.
Unless they are going to tell us that this person's involvement
Yeah.
is going to bring something that we ourselves cannot do.
Or-
And then you have to tell us
yeah.
what that thing is.
And we have an entire Chinese embassy just down the road here. We can literally, as a country, walk into China today and tell them, get us your best guys to do our airport, if we really have to go that route.
Unajua, I never give my head too much work in thinking about these matters for the simple reason that with the time I'll get to understand it better.
Kuna mimi naonanga hapa kuna tunacheza ango bana.
I will only say this. I didn't understand it then, and I don't understand it now.
Until they make it public.
What is this thing about just making it public? This is what we are doing. These are the details of the contract. Kwisha.
Me actually the only time naonanga kuna haja ya secrecy sana is when we are dealing with these folks, the military.
You're
That one
right.
I would understand.
Security, everybody understands.
It's a bloody airport and you're using my taxes, bana. And I use this airport.
You do, eh?
Yeah.
Kwenda wapi?
Si nikienda Mlolongo si lazima upitie JKI. Kwenda uje kuja Mlolongo City. You see when you're heading towards
mara nyingi sana.
Sasa unaona ukifika pale Umaradaima, the next stage ni JKI. Kwani sasa ile unanipiganga simu nakwambia niko JKI na kam. Unadhani nakwanga wapi?
JKI.
Exactly. Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. So these guys are misusing my taxes, bana. Anyway, there is another mini headline here. President has his way as MPs pass tax bill. What began as a promise to ease the tax burden ended in a bruising political battle as 122 MPs voted yes to pass the finance bill of 2026 amid accusations of manipulation, executive interference, and a rushed legislative process. While the government celebrated tax reliefs on key sectors and deletion of some unpopular proposals, opposition members of parliament dismissed the changes as cosmetic, accusing the treasury of repackaging punitive measures. And I'm with Robert Mbuyi on this one. Over to you, City.
Did you know that Qatar, Kuwait rather, not Qatar, has decided to lock out East Africa domestic workers together with 25 other countries?
Come again? Qatar.
Let me just read.
Yes,
Kuwait.
Yes.
Kuwait now locks out East Africa domestic workers. Kuwait has suspended hiring of domestic workers from Kenya, Uganda, and 25 other nations.
Because we did what?
No, it's not that we did. Okay? They have decided.
They have just said that, look, we are not taking anyone from East Africa.
Pesa hakuna, brother. Ukifikiria ile shida ambayo iko pale, refineries bombed, nini, ile pesa ilikuwa mingi pale, si mingi tena.
Bro, do you know one Kuwait, I think it's called, I don't know what it's called, but one Kuwait shilling, let me call it that, is equal to 450 of our shillings. And then they are saying that yati wana do, atu wakona do.
Hawana.
Wakonayo.
Hawana. Hii do ya kuajiri watu ndio hawana.
So unataka kuniambia watu wa Kuwait wamesota? The Kuwaitis are broke?
No, they've decided that they are only going, they've got a new policy. They've decided they are only going to recruit workers from South Africa,
Yes.
Benin, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Philippines, Sri Lanka, India, Vietnam, Nepal, Senegal, bas.
Because those ones are cheaper?
You know, it's their
So
policy.
it's a country and I have absolutely no problem.
Yes.
So, but what's different with the South African worker from the Kenyan one? I would like to understand.
Well, look at it this way. They have a Ministry of Interior, and they're the ones who limit these things and set these directives. Okay?
Sure.
Yes.
And they have not said why.
And they have only approved 10 countries, the ones I've just read out.
Okay.
So, hiyo ni hao. Sawa bana.
Ni sawa. Haina shida. Hata sisi hatutaki kwenda huko basi.
But it's not just Kenya, even some other Asian countries have been affected. So please, usifikiri tunaonewa. One of the things that is always interesting
Yes.
is nations look after their own interest. I can only say that Kuwait are looking after their own interest. The way they know how. Labda Kenya wameenda pale wakaanza kuleta maandamano.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kuwait. Uende uandamane Kuwait.
I'm being facetious, brother.
I know.
State House global trips budget crosses record 1 billion mark.
Foreign trips?
Total spending by State House on foreign travel surpassed 1 billion over the 9 months to March 2026, marked a record expenditure and underscoring the taxpayers' burden from increased trips abroad. Hii pesa ni mingi.
Yesterday niliona Governor Abdul Somad akiambia President Ruto, endelea kutembea bana. Alimwambia as a matter of fact, tunasikia watu wanasema ati rais unatembea sana. Mimi nakwambia hivi, rais endelea kutembea ndio uweze kutuletea maendeleo yale tunaona ukituletea. Kwa hivyo kuna watu wanasema kwamba anatembea sana, na kuna wale wengine wanasema kabla ongeza, tembea zaidi. As a matter of fact, ukishatoka hapa panda ndege, jipate kula, nenda kule Benin, kutoka Benin nenda kule Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, wewe tuletee maendeleo. Kwa hivyo it is what
Starlink
it is.
performance in Kenya worsens on network congestion. The performance of the Starlink network in Kenya deteriorated further as a widening customer base strains its capacity, slowing average speeds and eroding the value of money on its internet service.
I use Starlink and haina shida yoyote on my end, so I don't know how
I know of Starlink when I read about it.
Yeah, ninatumianga Starlink na sina complaint personally.
Central Bank pushes back, rejects 35 billion bond bid at auction. The Central Bank of Kenya rejected bids worth 35 billion Kenya shillings in the latest Treasury bond auction as it pushed back against demands by investors for higher interest returns of up to 15%. Wamesema kwenda 15%, tafuteni mahali pengine. Right. Absa Group offers 31 billion for extra 16.5% stake in Kenya unit. South Africa's Absa Group Limited is set to spend 30.9 billion Kenyan shillings to raise its ownership in Absa Kenya to 85% from the current 68.5%, marking the largest mega deal in the country's banking sector.
Okay.
So, umesikia?
Nimesikia.
Very good. How Treasury, bang in the middle of the paper, how Treasury officials stole 1.5 billion from UN project. Let me read again. How Treasury officials stole 1.5 billion from UN project.
Why are you emphasizing on the stole?
Okay. How Treasury officials stole. Is that better?
Carry on.
Okay. Part of the cash spent on properties in Nairobi, at the river and Eldoret. Lakini hawa wetu. Anyway. Some senior officials of the National Treasury and their cronies have been hit with asset seizures, including building bank accounts, after investigations unearthed the embezzlement of more than 1.55 billion from UN agency-backed rural financial inclusion programs in a series of transactions, including transfer of funds to personal accounts.
Wameiba pesa ya rural development.
Ile nimepatia asili. When I tell you that bro, usifikirie you will get away with this. Unasikia nikisemaga hapa kila siku. And I sound like a broken record. Well, the broken record has now been fixed. Okay? All right.
But this money si ndio ile inaenda huko ushago inasaidia kwa
ndio wameiba.
Some projects here and there.
Ndio wameiba.
Hawagopi laana za our grandmothers and fathers.
Imeanza. Okay.
It is now catching up with
the investigation by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission reveals how officials took an advantage of weak management systems to siphon funds meant for the rural outreach of financial innovations and technologies jointly funded by the Kenyan taxpayer.
So they found out that those ninis were not as weak as they thought.
They are the ones who are supposed to funnel this money to take this thing out. Okay? Sasa, the thing about these Kenyan thieves, they're not very smart.
Okay.
They live large.
You are wearing mitumba, suddenly you're now wearing Louis Vuitton.
Hata gari, kuna gari zingine nasikia wananuaga inaitwa Porsche.
You are a Futsubishi person, suddenly you have an SUV that costs 7 million.
Yes. Yes, na mshahara watu wanajua. Kazi yako watu wanajua. Na huna factory ambayo inatengeneza whatever. Hata huna shamba ambayo inapanda kahawa, huna chai. So hii biashara unafanya unajua sisi, you have to work smart.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
You have to think ahead.
If you're going to steal money.
And you have to seize the opportunity. The seize the opportunity bit is true. Okay? Now the opportunity has seized you.
Clearly you are not as smart as you thought.
Yes, exactly. Hey, ikitu. Eh?
Hey, but folks, bana, there's some things you still...
All right. Let me just continue this. This one I need to read out so that it is understood. Those named in the court documents over the scandal include a former accountant of this particular agency program, Billy Otieno Odongo Obango, Gladys Juliet Chepkarat, John Maina Muridhi, senior accountant at the National Treasury.
Wait, hao ndio wamefanya nini city?
Ndio majina yao iko. I'm reading the name
of the folks.
Yes. Nemwed Muturi, senior accountant at the National Treasury. John Gure Kabudha, Lilian Wanjiko Dishon. Hawa watu ni watu wanafanya kazi katika Treasury wote hawa. Others on the list in the court documents are George Kihara, head of accounting, National Treasury. Susan Wakukira, Warukira, principal accountant at the National Treasury.
Principal accountant.
Yes. Sylvia Awino Obango. Sijui kama ni relative yule Obango ngine nilikuwa nimetaja pale. Philip Sigo Chep Karat. Sijui kama ni relative yule Karat ambaye alikuwa nimesema.
They have got to be relatives.
Okay. And then bwana. Then there's
then there's who?
Wacha tu.
Kuna Mkamba hapo?
Hakuna.
Thank God.
Hakuna.
Thank God. Ningekuwa nimeibika.
Hakuna.
Wakamba ndio jasi atupana nkiba. Toka watu wazuri sana. Hatunanga hizi vitu ndogo ndogo za host jienda uchukue nini. Sisi kitu tutakufanya.
The commission claims the funds were illegally drawn by Mr. Obango and Ms. Chep Karat and channeled to various entities, with part of the money allegedly used to acquire properties including residential buildings in Nairobi, at the river and Eldoret.
Like you said, those folks are not smart.
Not really. They're not smart. It is not in how you invested the stolen money. Why do you steal in the first place? You need unafanya. If these entities smart enough to give you money, you think they do not have systems in place to determine whether that money is unafikiria hawana.
Unajua wazungu watakupatia pesa alafu wakuja waseme
wewe bwana kama una hekima ya kupatia pesa unafikiria ni wajinga vile hawezi kujua unaiba pesa yao.
They're not idiots.
No, they are not. Stormy session as MPs vote on finance bill. This was a good campaign platform kwa sababu lazima uonyeshe watu kwamba wewe unapinga hizi vitu. Unajua elections just around the corner.
I told you. The drama. Just go find those clips for those who have not watched.
Drama.
If you saw how Kimani and Robert were going
toe to toe.
My friend, that thing was hilarious. At the end of the day, Wakenya tuko wajanja.
Number of Kenyans killed during protests in 2022 were 50, according to the state human rights watchdog. Okay, notice to police. We would like to notify you that on the 25th of June at 10 a.m. we have invited all Kenyans to march to the Kenyan Parliament to demand justice and lay flowers where our children were murdered. Okay? Police were no notice.
Yeah, I saw yesterday because I passed through town and I saw Boniface Mwangi and Mheshimiwa Orengo, Mheshimiwa Martha, Mheshimiwa
hata Kitobu Manyara yuko hapa kwa hiki.
Hata CJ Emeritus Mutunga alikuwa huko.
Martha pia yuko.
Na Mutunga pia alikuwa huko. And then of course parents of some of the folks that died in 2024. And they said, look, we just want the police to allow us to remember our children. And they actually made even a special request. Now these are the parents. They made a special request to the government and they asked that particular day be made into a public holiday to specifically remember people who die in protests. And I agree because
tuone vile itaenda sio.
Walisema Mr. President, please hii siku ikubuke watu ambao wanakufaga kwa maandamano. So mimi ninakubaliana na wazazi. Hii ni siku ya kukumbuka watu wanakufaga kwa maandamano.
It is. Let's see how the government handles this one.
Yeah.
So
tuongoje tuone. Umemalizana na gazeti? Naweza salimia watu haraka haraka kabla tuingie katika
watu
news. There is one person who tweets all the time and I forget to mention him. This is Martin Okul. Amesema morning, alafu ameka emoji mingi, mara stars, jua imewaka. Amesema tuned in from Trans Nzoia County. Anasema from Trans Nzoia it is loud and clear. Thank you so much, Martin Okul. And then we have Willis Musita, I think nilikuwa nishamsalimia. Douglas Kibogong. Oh no, let me start from Danson Kenya. Mbuvi, that call to Arsenal is interesting to come play in Kenya. Hope pesa haitatumwa kama ile ya Grammy Awards hata mimi. William Musita amesema Danson, thank you so much. Unule jamaa kwa na birthday ya kesho. Aya. Nani sijataja hapa hivi. Big T amesema county number 033 Narok streaming online hashtag The Heart Restaurant. Watu wa The Heart Restaurant, asanteni tena sana, na kama mnaendelea kunywa chai muongezwe kitu lakini kwa bili yenu. And then last but not least, Alando is saying, good morning guys, the Kuwait story is only in part. That policy has been in effect for the past 10 years. And then he goes on to say the main word is domestic in bold. Recruitment for all other commercial work has been and still is ongoing.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that one, Alando. Samuel Lumbasi amesema, Sami Lumbasi from Kitale watching.
Thank you.
All right. Tunaenda Kitale lini city?
Wewe utakwenda lini? Unajua kuna airport?
Najua kuna airport. Wacha tuulize, kuna mtu anaishi Kitale, aradha ametoka Kitale hapa kwa ofisi. Wacha tumuulizie swali.
Nice place though.
Right now though, here's the news.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The inquest into the death of Rex Masai continued on Thursday, with IPOA officers accusing police department of frustrating efforts to secure justice for the victim. Lawyers representing the police welcomed fresh investigations into the case, including a comprehensive review of CCTV footage to help establish exactly what transpired.
The firearms that we were able to identify that he had the previous days that we requested to be taken to ballistic, two of the firearms did not yield much other than state of being they are capable of firing. We did not have an exhibit to compare with. That is either the cartridge or the bullet head. Evidences that we recorded in their statements did not help much in this investigation.
Families of victims of the June 2024 Finance Bill protest have been assured of police protection ahead of a planned commemoration across all 47 counties. The families who marched to the office of Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja to notify authorities about the peaceful event in honor of their loved ones have also demanded the arrest and prosecution of officers accused of killings, torture and enforced disappearances.
Mimi ningeomba hiyo tarehe ikuwe holiday. Miaka na miaka, June 25th naomba ikuwe holiday ya mashujaa ya watoto wetu. Na tunaomba hiyo siku tafadhali, askari, serikali tafadhali wasiue watoto wetu tena. Wasitumie tear gas.
Na wametuhakikishia watatupea security na wamesema watabeba bunduki ziko na marisasi. So tunaambia Wakenya watokee all counties.
The government has invested 3 billion Kenya shillings in a new maritime information and research center aimed at improving fisheries management and promoting the sustainable use of marine resources. President William Ruto says investments in fisheries, maritime research and community empowerment are helping position Kenya as one of Africa's leading ocean economy nations.
We have invested another 3 billion shillings to a maritime center that will be used for information gathering and research that is going to assist our fisheries and blue economy ecosystems. It is because of this deliberate and intentional investment in our fisheries and blue economy ecosystem that today Kenya has been recognized as a blue and oceans country.
Housing Principal Secretary Charles Hinga has dismissed as false claims by some opposition leaders that beneficiaries of the affordable housing program will lose their houses if the opposition takes power. Hinga said the remarks are misleading, politically motivated, and show a lack of understanding of how the housing program works. He added that the law protects both the affordable housing project and the people who have already benefited from it.
House here has one toilet. One house has got 6 toilets. What business do you have fighting somebody who can at least say, I have dignity of using one toilet? I mean, really, that is the highest level of selfishness. And I hope Kenyans can see through you and they can see the hypocrisy. Because how can you be a leader? What kind of people are you leading?
35 people have been killed after gunman struck Niger's largest airport on Thursday. Officials say the second attack in less than 5 months. Residents in the largely Muslim country told the BBC they had just finished their morning prayers when explosions and gunshot sounds rang out from Diori Hamani International Airport, located in the capital, Niamey. Niger Defense Ministry said the fatalities comprises 22 assailants, 11 soldiers and 2 civilians. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is a little bit to 7 minutes to pass, 7 o'clock. How are you doing? I'm doing well. I need to read one comment here before we get down to business. There's a gentleman, I believe it is. Let me see. Bruce Lee says, good morning, guys. We should have a special breakfast show where Paul does the entire show in a Kikuyu accent.
Oh, no.
Kwa nini? Utaki niongee Kikuyu ama shida iko wapi?
Bro, mix it. Ongea kama Mjaluo.
We can do Monday Kikuyu then.
Hapana, ongea kama Mjaluo.
Saizi.
So yes, you have to mix it.
No, listen, City. We can do Monday Kikuyu, then Tuesday we do Kiluo, another day we do Luya. I'll go train Somali, and then we see.
But then, bro, anza na Kikwenu, anza na
Kikamba.
Yeah.
I'll think about it. We'll talk to management, of which I know they'll just look at me and probably fire me, but we'll see how that goes. Now, in this particular hour, we want to talk about IDs, ethnic profiling and Kenya's diplomatic failure at all, if it exists, with Somalia. And with us in studio is Mr. Omar. Now, Mr. Omar is an academic researcher. I don't know how to pronounce your first name, but first of all, good morning. Omar, how are you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
You're well?
I'm great.
How do we pronounce this one?
It's Suhail.
Suhail.
In whatever accent you want.
You know how I was gonna do it?
No,
I did not told me. I was gonna say Suhayal.
Oh, we'd have to go to management together.
No, let's not go there. They'll fire me for sure. So it's Suhail, eh?
Yes.
All right. Nice to meet you, Suhail.
Nice to meet you guys.
This is Siti Muga, and just before we get down to business, Siti has got this thing he does. He gives us a proverb every morning, and then we get to tell him what we think of that proverb. So today, you are the first one as a guest to tell us what you think of the proverb he's about to give you.
Okay.
Yes, this the final day of proverbs from the Senegal. An interesting country, very, very interesting. In a region that seems known best for the coups and counter coups and insurrections. It's one of those countries that has never had a coup.
Senegal has never had a coup.
No, they've never had a coup.
Very democratic folks.
Very democratic. And even the issues they have now, one could argue, that is the manifestation of how it is they're processing their democracy. So and so is elected, the president removes them, all this, okay? Now the proverb,
yes,
you can't kill a people fast enough than by killing their past.
100%. I think even with Kenya where we're at now is because we're not engaging with our histories, and even the history we're engaging with is a very packaged history. So we don't know where we've come from, we don't know where we're coming from, and we don't know where we're going. So it's based on a lot of imaginations.
I was actually even telling CT in the when he gave me that proverb that it is actually true. You know, there's some people who've completely been deleted from this earth. Communities, histories that we will never get to see. We only read about them because someone somewhere decided to just get rid of them. That is what the Nazis were attempting to do during the Second World War.
It's not just them. If you look at colonial powers, those who, and predominantly Europeans,
yes,
it's what they did. They would erase a people in the hope that they would end up also erasing everything that has to do with them, their culture, their language, you name it. To understand it, just look at Great Britain. The colonialism that you see them practicing in other parts of the world, they had practiced at home. They had the Welsh, they practiced it with a community with its own language, its own culture, English, okay? The Irish,
the Scots,
they had practiced it over time, so that by the time they were now moving out to whether to Asia, to India, to coming to Africa, and even when from among themselves they got rid of their own people. For instance, taking hardened core criminals to Australia, a penal colony, meaning, or people who were escaping religious persecution, that is in Europe, going to the Americas and South Africa. What is strange is, those who had been persecuted go to those countries, and then they end up persecuting people in those countries. You're thinking, surely, this is what you ran away from. Why are you now inflicting the same pain on these people?
Because hurt people hurt people.
That is definitely one way of looking at it. But the thing that is certain is, if you look at the history of the Europeans, my friend, those people were at war not for decades, millennia. It is so when Europeans move to America, because America is predominantly European, okay, Canada predominantly European. What makes you think that they left those habits behind?
Okay,
they took the colonial mindset and the colonial way of doing things there, and that is why slavery was considered normal. And all these issues that we are encountering in the 21st century have to do with communities fighting back to retain a position that they once held. They created it, but to the disadvantage of others.
That's why I usually tell guys, bwana, deleting some of these things from our DNA itakuwa ngumu sana. Maureen Kasuku says, great to see Suhail. So Suhail, you're a researcher, an academic researcher. What's your research based on, or what exactly is it that you're researching?
So my interests, I've taken a turn, unfortunately, after COVID. I'm now working in public health, but my focus in research and how I got into the academy was theorizing policing, surveillance, militarism, and the state of Somalis and the Kushites in Kenya and the world. And I think my entry point into this was once in Uhuru's regime, where there was constant threats to close the Kakuma and Dadaab camps.
They were closed.
They were never closed. They're always being closed in paper. And I think that's an interesting point. I think that's what we're going to start with once we start discussing.
You see, I've never been to Kakuma or you've said Kakuma and the other one
and Dadaab.
Dadaab, yes. I've never been to those places, and according to the information I have, those places were shut down.
In fact, you as a media person, I don't think the amount of paperwork you'll need to go over there, it's easier for you to get a passport from your house.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. So your research is based on the Somali people and how they've been profiled over the last couple of
Kushites,
the Cushitic people. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So just focusing also on the dehumanization of the people such as the Oromos, and then going as far as looking at how the Nubians have been disenfranchised, and how Kenya is refusing was what you had said is trying to refuse to acknowledge these people who've been in Kenya longer than some of the ethnic minorities that have been here.
So what did your research, what have you found in your research so far?
So in summary, I think as Kenyans, we have this mentality of exceptionalism where we say we would never be. And what I'm seeing now is a lot of Kenyans, especially on social media, keep on saying that we'd never go into where South Africa is. But based on the facts and looking at other research, even in comparison to what I'm looking at, is we're very close to getting to where South Africa is if we continue with the public discourse that's happening.
Yeah.
It starts off with the Somalis are all terrorists. It continues to the Rwandans and Burundians are taking our jobs. It goes back to the Somalis are racist. So you see, the first step into falling into xenophobia is dehumanizing a people and seeing them as your enemy. And I think one thing about Kenya is the state is the one that leads its people into dehumanizing certain populations, especially the Somalis.
There were some statements that were made by a certain member of parliament, and I love how Kenyans came and just told her, look, we are not going to go the South Africa way. Actually, I did not, because I went through lots of comments, not all of them obviously, because they were in the thousands, but the few that I saw, I didn't find a single one agreeing with her or siding with her, or at the very least acknowledging that what she had said was truth or fact.
What did she say?
She said, this is now Beatrice Elachi. She said that, they'll storm construction sites, and if they find any Burundians, they will, I really can't remember the exact thing that she said, but something to the effect of, we'll get them out, And I found that really weird.
I find it weird because I actually know Beatrice Elachi.
Yeah, me too.
And I've always found her to be a fairly moderate person. So I'm actually wondering what it is.
So I don't know whether she was saying that in jest, or she said that to please someone, or she just said, because the next thing I expect from her is, first of all, to just come and say, guys, I'm sorry I said this, and then perhaps explain what exactly she meant, if at all there was a meaning behind
Paul,
it.
There's a narrative that has been doing the rounds for quite some time now.
Which is?
That they focus on Burundians. I don't know why they mention Burundians more than anybody else. But I told you that my source of social media highlights is my Uber driver. Yes, I have an Uber driver who picks me up and drops me. And he focuses a lot of his attention. Yesterday, he began by telling me something has been disturbing him and he wanted us to talk about it. We have some 15 minutes to get to the office from where it is that I live. And he explained to me how what he had read was indicating that 5 million foreigners had been registered. Okay? I said, registered? How? Said they were given IDs. I said, 5 million. So I started breaking it down for him. So I explained, I said, the population of Nairobi is 5 million.
Yes.
Okay? So you're saying 5 million more people have come in. So where are they exactly? Then I also explained to him about voter registration. And I explained to him the voter population in the mountain region. So I told him, this number that you're speaking of would be very easy to notice. I said, but even if they were just a tenth of that, 500,000.
Yeah.
But we went back and forth, but the argument hasn't finished yet. He has points of views, which means he reads certain narratives that certain people keep pointing out. And the purpose of this is to point to people being registered illegally to vote for UDA and the president in the next election. That is the narrative.
Yes.
Okay.
And there are those who have decided to accept it and they believe it. Okay? Now, it comes after a long list of narratives that Kenyans over time have believed, especially with regards to our politics. And what Kenyans have believed with regards to other communities which are not their own. The ones say, Hawa Bas.
Othering.
You othered and you've crossed that Rubicon, and now you've decided, and it's generalized, and for some people it represents the absolute truth, and yet there's no evidence to support whatever it is that they say.
I think it goes back to just mentioning what you've mentioned about Beatrice Elachi, who's a senior ranking politician in parliament. I think at this point we need to stop demanding apologies and start demanding resignations, because even in 2007 the narrative of the others was the Madoa narrative. We need to remove the stain from our communities. And as at now, what we're seeing is the Somalis are being seen as stains in our communities. We've seen when the financial year was being read, and the biggest takeaway from public discourse was that the Somalis are not paying tax. Or they're using mechanisms that are not taxable. But then at the end of the day, they're using financial means that are legal. So I think the mechanisms of even this othering is really important, because it goes back to the days of colonialism. And just to bring back to what you were saying about forgetting our histories, I think even instead of going to Britain, look at Kenya. When the British colonialists were leaving, they had a big operation called Operation Legacy, where they destroyed all their documents. So now when we start saying that there was gulags, there was concentration camps by the British, it's very hard for us to have the evidence, where we have to go back to oral narratives, have to start, there's no documentation that's showing, and everything that's left is very scanty, so it's for us to make up what really happened. So I think we're at the place where now we're seeing it goes back to Kenyan exceptionalism. We need to ask ourselves, who is a Kenyan and who is deserving of living in Kenya? Must you be a certain ethnic group? Must you be a certain gender? Must you be a certain aligning to a certain political party? And I think with the member of parliament's statement, I think if I'm not wrong, it was on the lines of I'm the one who's going to take the Burundians home, or something similar to that.
Yes.
And I think the question should be, if she has the authority to take them home, why doesn't she begin by rehoming the Kenyans who feel that they're stateless?
Some of the comments actually, because the clip really went wild. It was everywhere. And from the few ones that I checked, because she was saying that they are providing cheap labor. Same conversation that is happening in the States about immigrants and many other places in the world where people are complaining, these immigrants are coming here and then they're providing cheap labor, taking away our jobs and so on. And a lot of folks are actually even giving her solutions. They are saying, look, you're an MP, you're a parliamentarian, change the laws in parliament and standardize pay instead of coming and looking for innocent folks who are trying to eke a living for themselves. And I actually was like, I think Kenyans are very mature.
I'm actually very surprised at that, because that is the last thing I would have expected from somebody like Beatrice Elachi. But the question that we must ask Bwana Omar is this: when people say, or it is said that people are saying that the Somalis don't pay taxes, who? These people, who are they? Because a lot of the things we hear are a factor of narratives. Narratives are created and then they are pushed. And they are pushed and they are pushed and they are pushed. Who? It's because it can't be that all Kenyans are saying that Somalis are not paying taxes. Who is saying? So it brings you down to, what is it about the Somali that would get some people's goods? I have a theory. When a camel herding community, disenfranchised, ignored for decades upon decades, become an economic power, somebody somewhere is going to be dislodged. Somebody's cheese is going to be moved, and they may not like it. Now, every community has their ways of doing business, and the exception that you speak of is right on the button, because when you are accustomed to certain things happening in a certain way and then it changes, you will complain. You see, there is a second level of marginalization in this country that people have spoken of, said we are being picked on, our people are being picked on. But if you look carefully at the presidencies that we've had and why it is a presidential election is so fierce in this country, it's not a national, yes, the presidential election is because a presidential election is associated with very many positive things coming in the direction of the community where the president comes from. Okay, so if you've had 3 presidents from your community, it is assumed that that community has benefited immensely, but that is actually not true. There will be individuals from that community who have benefited immensely, but not the entire community. And it doesn't matter which president it is, there are always people close to the president who benefit. The rest of the community where they come from just have to struggle like everybody else. But yet we support these people because they are what? Our people. Now, the moment that particular leader is not in the position of a presidency and someone else comes in, they'll bring their own people. These ones will shout and say they're being marginalized. Essentially, you're not being marginalized. What's happening to you, you have been made ordinary. So the exceptionalism that you speak of, yes, you've just become an ordinary citizen.
Yes.
And that is something you do not want. You don't want to be an ordinary citizen. You want to be exceptional.
You want to be privileged.
Yes, you do. So privilege has been removed because that proximity no longer exists. And everything that comes with it has moved. So in your mind, you are being picked on in your mind. Now, what about the other 40 other communities, or God knows how many other millions of Kenyans who don't have that proximity? How do they go about their business? That's why we had county governments, and the county governments also mirror this same thing.
Yes.
You find, for instance, you have a governor. The governor comes from a certain region of the community. He surrounds himself with people from that small clan that he comes from. So, Bonomar, how do we move beyond this? Because it seems to be the bane of our existence.
I think for the biggest example, and you've mentioned devolution and government devolution, I think when we look at devolution, especially in Northeastern, I think we need to ask ourselves who are benefiting, the residents of Kilimani or the people in Northeastern.
Okay.
Because I think when we look at what's happening now with devolution, there is devolved governments. We do understand there's budgets going to North Africa, Northern Kenya, but it's still the same thing. Every day we're seeing philanthropic activities where we're building wells in North Africa. People are dying. There's drought. When it rains, there's no capacity to save this water for the drought periods. So then the question becomes, where are the devolved governments of these places? And I think one important thing that I see people hailing is that this year the Madaraka Day celebrations were in Wajir. And I think that in itself should have been a first step in acknowledging that these people you've othered for so long are actually Kenyans. So in itself, it's a symbolic act, but in essence, it carries a lot of history. Because I think just going back and just slowly pivoting from the question you had asked is, I think, going back to the camps. During Uhuru's regime, whenever there was a financial failure or agreement with non-government organizations or the United Nations or funding of the refugees, the first thing would be like, threaten to close the camps. And then, the camps, Dadaab and Kakuma in total host about 1 million or 1 million plus refugees. So I think the question we need to ask ourselves is, number one, are we ready as Kenyans to see Somalis as human beings? Because the failures we're seeing in Northeastern and the northern part of Kenya are failures we're seeing in all other counties. We're not saying, even in Nairobi, the capital, we're not saying the county government is working for us. I think every day we're seeing complaints. Every day we're seeing money has been stolen. Every day we're seeing money has been squandered. So I think these are internal issues that we must look at, but we can't enlarge them because it's a national issue.
Yeah.
In Mombasa, it's the same thing. This is a county that needs to be living off its maritime capacity, but at the very end it's not. The port is a mess, the county government is a mess, the same thing with Nairobi. So I think when we look at and give that what he's mentioned, the exceptional failure of the northern part of Kenya, looking at Turkana, looking at Samburu, not just the Cushitic areas. When we talk about the Cushites, we're only focusing on the Somalis, which in itself is wrong, because the Cushites is a large,
and Boranas.
And Boranas, yes, which is wrong, because the Cushites are
and Rendile.
See, all the aligned.
Would you like to mention all of them?
I think we're ready for history class.
No.
You see, the thing is, and City said it, and I think it's that whole issue of narratives. Once a narrative has started and someone is ready to ensure that narrative is entrenched, sometimes it's very difficult to withdraw that notion. Same thing, we're told Kikuyus are thieves, but now we also know Kambas and Luos and every other tribe. You will find a thief in every other community.
I could be a thief.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter.
And then now, of course, told Somalis, terrorists. Then another community, they're this and that, Wachawi and so on and so forth. So some of those narratives have been there for decades. And by the time we get we rewire our heads and our minds to just look at Somalis as Somalis, Kambas as Kambas, and not as Wachawi, then but you get what I mean? Because it and then majority of Somalis are also Muslims. Then now religion gets in there. Then there's Islamophobia and so on and so forth. So it becomes another monster by itself, and now we are in trouble as far as getting this particular narrative out of our heads is concerned. And I can assure you, there's someone in Shags, in like, for example, in my Shags in Kitui, who will never see Somalis as anything else as terrorists, because that is what he has always, or she has always seen and heard, whether it's in the newspapers, on TV, on TikTok, and so on and so forth.
I think one of the most grand statements I think I'm going to make is like, even if you look at the Somalis are people who've been dispossessed and abused by the state for very long. The most recent we can look at is the Kasarani concentration camps, where Somalis were being picked up from Isili, from the places of abode in Madare, and being taken to the Moi, what is called Kasarani Stadium, and they were there for about 4 weeks. These were arbitrary arrests. They were abused. They were raped. I remember when we were reading the testimonies from the TGRC, and I think the commissioner at the time, the commissioner of the TGRC after the Kasarani concentration camps, when it was coming up, said this is the gravest form of human rights violations we've ever seen as a country. But then the very thing is, we've never really gone as a country and had a reckoning with our past. And then if we go back, we've had the Wagala massacre, which was about 5,000 Somalis were laid bare on an airstrip for 3 days, and then they were shot at point blank. And then there was the Garissa massacre. So the Somalis are prone to violence, but they are not being violent. They are the victims of violence for a very long time. And I think there's a pathologizing of Somalia by the state that we're seeing, where we've dehumanized the state, we've dehumanized the people, and as citizens of Kenya, we're now doing the work of the government. I remember during the maritime dispute between Somalia and Kenya, when it was very visible that Somalia is going to win the case, and Somalia had won the case, Kenya pulled out from the ICJ case. And I remember all the comments were like, we've been so good to these people, why are they doing this to us now? And the question is, does the law favor a certain people based on the privileges we give them, or is the law standard towards everyone? And I think there's a direct line between the dehumanization of Somalis in Kenya through public discourse, which I think what Beatrice is doing is just doing the work that's already being done by whoever it is that wants to push the narrative. Because xenophobia doesn't start through violence, it starts through public discourse. When I enter an Uber, and then, for example, there's a stereotype where if I'm dressed in a kanzu, they'd be like, Boss Missy and Isili, and then you ask them, Konya when Isili is like, he'll list all the issues. And then the question becomes, do we look at it from a perspective of xenophobia and Islamophobia, or just xenophobia? And I'm glad that at this point it's being expanded. We're seeing a lot of xenophobic comments, not just from local voices, but also now parliamentarians, where the Burundians are. And what jobs are they taking? They're self-sustaining themselves. If they've come, they've bought peanuts, they're selling on the streets, they're trying to make a living for themselves. What kind of opportunities are these that we're saying Somalis are taking away from the ordinary Kenyan? And you see, in fact, even when we're speaking like this, we're seeing that the Somali is not an ordinary Kenya, and they're not part of the privileged Kenyans. They're now the third tier of a Kenya that is yet to exist, of a people that are not to be remembered, or a people are yet to be recognized by the state. So I think this violence has been inflicted for so long, massacre after massacre, violence after violence. And just yesterday, I remember I was seeing on social media, there's people who are saying that if you have dreadlocks today, you're still being perceived as a thug. But then the same person who's saying that is like, let's not victimize these people with dreadlocks, is going to be like, I don't feel safe going where Somalis are, because I feel like, at the very end of the day, a Somali is a Somali. So I think the question of, we're seeing an intersectional overlap, but people refuse to acknowledge such overlaps.
I have a friend, he's a content creator, he's a filmmaker, and they own one of the biggest buildings in Isili. And for him, doing business in that particular building is cost friendly, because the family owns that building. So we usually go there because he has actually has several studios there, so we do all our content from that place. But then he had to acquire another studio in Westlands. He's paying rent in Westlands, and I told him, why? And you have all this space, Bana. He told me, move, it's difficult getting people to come to Isili. He's Somali. It's difficult to get people to come to Isili, and I asked him why. I have come to Isili, there's an ample parking for me, and he was like, it's just difficult getting some of his clients to come to Isili, because their clients, you just say, okay, so come to my office in Isili, or come to my studio in Isili,
and they refuse.
And they're like, no. And he's been losing business a lot, so he had to now to relocate, because he was like, what, by the time we sort this mess, I'll have lost so much money. So I actually sympathize with that situation, whereby, like, when you're saying an Uber driver will be like, I can't go to Isili because of ABCD. Me, I thrive very much in Isili. I do a lot of my shopping because of spices. Kuna pali unenango na give you spices bana, what you get in the supermarket for 1,000 bob, in Isili you get for 100. Do you know how much it is when you save 90% of your expenses? Crazy.
there's something that we must understand here, and this is where our history is important. The moment you have a government such as ours, which essentially was inherited from the colonialist, you inherit other things with it. You inherit the way they went about their business and how it is they stratified society. The chief, as we know, it was a creation of the colonialists, meaning you wanted a buffer between you and the native. So you chose one of their own to be your buffer. Okay? But if you're talking about a community of people who are experts at creating narratives and breathing life into narratives so that those narratives now present themselves as the truth, it is our colonialists. Colonialists, of all the colonialists you have, some are better at it than others. The ones who came to this country were really very, very good at it. Because if someone can colonize you and then give you the impression that they've actually set you free, and the person who then becomes your president, somebody who lived in the country for 17 years, and then they form something called a commonwealth, where all of you who were colonized by these same people are members of. So now, that is the past. So now it is the present. Why must the past remain in the past? There are always lessons to be learned. But look at it this way. A community, that colonialist community, where the society was stratified. There are people who are here, then the second rank, and it continued that way. Even the education system guaranteed that stratification. What makes you think that we wouldn't have it? We would. Start with independence and look at this enchantment, that is enfranchisement of the Kikuyu in central Kenya. Okay? You are moved around by something called the Swinnerton Plan. At the time when you are ripe for the rites of passage, you're disrupting the natural progression of culture. You take their land, so they have to be moved. You put them in concentration camps. Okay? A new government comes in, there are no more concentration camps, but that land isn't given back to these people. So they are moved around. What you've actually done, that disruption, the effect isn't felt immediately. It never is. It's felt later. Now, but what has been injected is the person who oppressed you, by oppressing you, imbued in you certain lessons, which you may not think so, but you are going to be emulating and carrying out. The narrative that we have is that, for instance, people who don't come from central Kenya believe all Kikuyus are wealthy. Nothing could be further from the truth. Nothing. The poor in central Kenya are probably poorer than very many other people who come from other parts of the country. There are those who are wealthy. There are not that many, but they exist. I'm going back to the question asked, who creates these narratives and who it is who are the holders of these narratives? Because these are narratives that people spew out to ensure that they continue in the position that they have been. To understand it, look at countries like America that we're constantly discussing. Why did they have to amend their laws to give freedoms, and why were those laws then amended to interfere with the same freedoms? It is a never-ending battle because people do not like to give away privilege. You had to find a class of people in America who were lower than the poor whites, and it was the blacks. And in order to retain this, you needed to dehumanize the blacks so that when you did something wrong, you were not actually influencing or affecting another human being. When you talk about the Madawadoa conversation, if you talk about the issue that we saw in Rwanda, the narrative is not any different. There's something you want to do and you begin a process. We now give it terms, we call it othering, but it's the same. It is not a community. It is a group of individuals who have determined that they must continue retaining the position of privilege that they have. And over time, they incorporate others. You have a county system. These governors get incorporated. with the exception of a few governors, the other governors do exactly the same thing. They now disenfranchise their own people, their own kith and kin.
Yeah.
So it's not somebody else coming to disenfranchise you. It is their own.
It is not internal marginalization.
Yes, it is. It is
Self-marginalization.
the very thing that devolution was supposed to cure. Now tells us that yes, it helped somewhat, but it has brought to the fore just the depth that we've been influenced by this process of disenfranchising or disenfranchisement. Something that we have now nationalized. So there are narratives to show that things are working. There are narratives to show that certain people, and the moment the othering comes in, somebody is protecting themselves. It has nothing to do with what you're hearing. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
I think in and the students of history would know there's a theory by a leading academic who teaches at Harvard, a professor, who terms what we've just discussed as mimicry. So it's a form where victims tend to become oppressors, and this is something also Mahmoud Bamdani has spoken about a lot in his work, where even I think when we talk about a national renaissance, and when we talk about decolonization and decolonizing our education and all these things, we must understand that the first thing that we're doing, we've kicked out the oppressor.
Yeah.
But we need to now unlearn the teachings of the oppressor. And it's the same thing that we're seeing. Our governments, there's no difference between the National Police Service and the Home Guards that we're seeing now. There's no difference between the ID system and the Kipande system. Because at the very least, if a Somali who has an alien card is locked into Dadaab and Kakuma, is seen in Nairobi, for example, the first thing is like, what are you doing? You're plotting something. We must find out. And you see, these are all injustices that we refuse to speak about. And I think even when we talk about national reckoning of our history, we shouldn't look at countries like South Africa. You know, South Africa is a post-apartheid state, even after all the truth, justice, reconciliation, which brought religious heads, which brought everyone together. There was no justice that was seen, because at the very least, when we talk about, I remember after 2007, 2008, it was, we must have reintegration, where if your land was stolen, you just forgive them. But how will I live knowing that someone stole my land, and I go to his house and see my cup, I see my djembe, I see this, and just tend to forgive
and be okay.
them. At the very end, we're human, and we must understand these things. So you see, in the case of the Somalis, it's in a way where they haven't done anything to the quote-unquote Kenyan people, but they themselves will always be the victims. And I think it's really interesting, because I think it was in 2015, Journalists for Justice put out a long dossier where they had a lot of evidence, where there was a lot of trade between KDF and Al-Shabaab, which was about 200 million to 400 million USD per year in colluding with Al-Shabaab in export of sugar and charcoal. So then the question becomes, if KDF has been there from 2007 to 2022, which is about 15 years, what are they fighting? What are they doing occupying Somalia's southern border? All these protections, but yet you're trading with who you seem to be fighting. And this trade, the report by Journalists for Justice shows that this was the biggest lifeline for Al-Shabaab. So are you fighting because you're looking for state funding within the Department of Defense? Are you fighting because it's easy to blame Somalis when anything happens? I remember when Somalis were being put in Kasarani concentration camps, there was a lot of justification for it. There was a lot of justification saying that they deserve it, this needs to happen. But then the question is, at the very end, even if they were all put in the camps, would crime, would corruption, would all the violences that we talk about within the Kenyan state, would they
come
end
to an end?
Yeah. And I think this access we have to, when we're talking about a national reckoning, national reconnaissance, or looking at what it is to be a Kenyan, what it must be, we're moving towards. I remember whenever there's a state shaking event, like a terrorist attack, it's always, we are one, we must come together, we must get over this. But then 2 weeks after the attack, we'll start saying anyone in a hijab is a terrorist. These are captives. I remember many people never left their houses. I remember after Westgate, many people didn't go to school. If they were Somali, they stayed in their houses. So what are we looking at if your biggest protector is also your biggest villain and oppressor? So I think we must understand even the question of decolonization and everything that we inherited from our colonialists. We must start unlearning, number one. And I think once we understand that the British are gone, but they're still, Kenya is a deeply, deeply imperial state, and I think under the current president's regime is when we're seeing a lot of partnerships with imperial forces. So we're going to see a lot of militarism. We're going to see a lot of partnerships within the National Police Service. We're going to see a lot of policing, a lot of surveillance. So I think everything that happened and was tested on the Somalis is going to come and bite us back.
Every citizen now, regardless of your race.
Yeah, regardless of your ethnicity, your capacity to power, your capacity to... I think the biggest example we see is if at any point, and I don't know if this was a performance or what, all the things that Somalis were complaining was happening to them, the clandestine police groups happened to they happened to Rigathi, I remember, and then also Ruto was targeted at some point, and then they became president, and then the same things that happened to them, they're still continuing.
Yeah.
At the very end, what do you tell a mother whose child has been killed by a state bullet, and this mother has to continue living under your quote unquote care? So we need to look at it from perspective of like all this violence. It's about to come back to us, but what are we doing about it? We're like, as long as it's happening to the Somalis, it's fine. As long as it's happening to the Rendiles or people in Madare or people in Kawangware, it's fine. As it doesn't involve us.
There's an intolerance that these countries that were once colonized have. And it's an intolerance to views that are different from theirs. In whatever shape or form.
Yeah.
What we've seen is a lessening of the intensity with which dissent is treated. When you come from the era that I was in when I was a youth, what we are seeing here is mild. It's so mild, it's actually amazing. Meaning, even this discussion we're having here was something that was unthinkable. Absolutely unthinkable. Perhaps the thing we need to consider is, when you talk about gains, the sort of gains that our constitution gave us, how do you treat the gains? Do you accept setback, or do you understand that that constant vigilance, that never letting up, is what you actually need once you've gotten the gain? Because this new constitution overhauls very many things, and by its very nature, it's a sort of constitution that will be fought. People want to mimic the form of governments that we've had before that directly benefit a few people and those around them. But at the same time, the narrative that they speak of is how they are pursuing the benefit of the majority. And there will be signs that the attempts are being made. But it becomes difficult for you to take it wholesale when the number of people who do not know where the next meal is coming from keeps increasing. You then have a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
And the worst thing is that the very constitution that brought about devolution, that very devolution is what is bringing out the stark reality of how deep this rot is within our society. You would assume that one would at least have the empathy and the mind to ensure that their people benefit, but we don't see it. You see, our history has been one of intolerance. The moment someone gains power, they seem to seek an imperial position where what they say goes. But we've seen it. We saw it with Jomo Kenyatta, we saw it with Moi. But yet they were resisted. Now in this day and age, what we then see, the real problem is not what the executive does. That to me is not the problem. Executives around the world are always trying to position themselves so that they can do exactly what they want. No. My problem is with one of the arms of government whom we actually elect to ensure that they provide a check and balance to the executive. That's where my problem is. Because they allow themselves to be influenced and then they become part of the executive.
But then when your life is in danger, truly, do you protect the state or do you protect yourself? I think the question is, I think we also need to look at who allows the executive to become rogue. Is it the people, or is it who is the largest oversight capacity for government? It's supposed to be the people. So the question is, I think even the previous discussion you were having before I came in was on the finance bill. In 2025, a lot of youth died for the finance bill to be rejected. But if we look at the finance structures of Kenya right now, everything that was rejected in the finance bill, or 90% of it, and this is the first time we're seeing auditing firms, multinational auditing firms like Deloitte and McKinsey coming out and saying these financial terms are not just going to affect the people, they will affect also us. But then people go protest for a few weeks, a few days, people die. no policeman has been held, no justice has been put out. This thing about compensating families is very important, and I commend Faith Odhiambo and the Law Society and the previous regime of the Law Society of Kenya. But at the very least, what are we doing? Someone like the vice president at the moment oversaw everything that happened, because he was the minister, he was the cabinet secretary.
He was the cabinet secretary for interior.
At the very least, the Law Society needs to come out and say he needs to be debarred from the role of advocate, because this is not the behavior of an advocate. And it needs to happen with people like C.S. Murkomen. It needs to happen with people like someone like this lady who is very interesting, and I was very shocked to find out she's a lawyer, Karen Nyamo. You see, people like this, once associations allow people...
what?
Yeah, advocate of the High Court of Kenya.
Okay, proceed.
So you see, it's very interesting to see.
She is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, Paul.
So you see, once professional associations allow people to become rogue, that's when even the government sees in itself that the people have no power.
Well, Omar, there's something you said which I find interesting. The role of the sovereign. In your view, what do you think this role is?
To establish that they put in check. You see, it's the same thing.
How? Because that is always the question. How? This check that we want the sovereign to initiate and to be part of, how?
You see, at the very least now, the most legal way to keep the government in check is through the judicial arm. But then the question is, who holds the government and the executive, especially, or the presidency, to adhere to these constitutional orders? People are dying in central Kenya right now, and the courts have rejected the state's proposal for the Ebola quarantine facility. But what do we know? We know AFRICOM, the US Command Center for Africa, the military arm, has been deployed in central Kenya. And for the very least, we know the central Kenya, Nanyuki, all these places are playgrounds for imperial forces. We know the British Batuk is just a continuation of colonial legacy. So as a people and the sovereign, what gives us that power to rule over these institutions when we don't have the capacity? Because my answer could be, we need to go back to guerrilla warfare.
Oh, good for you. How exactly would you put in place the guerrilla warfare?
See, I'm not a military strategist, but
well,
as a historian.
Well, I'm not either, but I would look at the guerrilla warfare as fighting with weapons which are not necessarily lethal, but constantly bringing all these leaders to account. You see, why I pick on Parliament is for a very simple reason. They are closer to us than the executive.
Yes, that's true.
Why I pick on the county assemblies, they are really very close to us. If they know they'll be under pressure for not doing what they're elected to do, they will do their jobs. But they don't. What I find surprising is they'll even complain the way we complain. And I'm thinking, surely you are
on social media.
Yes, I said, hey, surely, we're not the same. You are in a position to bring about change. It's why we elected in the first place. This culture where the individual and the self and the pursuit of wealth is at the center of the ethos of the nation.
Yes.
That is poison of the worst possible order, because everything then becomes for sale.
Yeah.
Everything is for sale. When people speak, as they speak, you're wondering, okay, who sponsored this? When somebody makes a statement, you're wondering, so what is your agenda? The check and balance, and here I'm in agreement with you fully, because we have spoken about this same thing here, the role of the citizenry in ensuring that they safeguard the freedoms that they have gained. And it's a fight.
Yeah.
To get the new constitution was a fight. We've got it. It's being eroded, which means the fight.
Yeah.
Somewhere along the line, we took a back seat thinking we'd arrived. We hadn't. With the rule of law, you never actually arrive. Never. The fight is just carried on like a baton in a relay.
Yes.
One group sort of like gets to the point where they are tired, another group picks it up and continues. That eternal vigilance is absolutely mandatory. If it isn't there, then the rot sets in.
And the question even becomes, when you talk about the sovereign, you've mentioned Parliament, but when it comes to who oversees parliament is also a good question.
It's us.
It's us. But then you see, we're so comfortable and keep on talking about how the constitution is going to defend ourselves. The constitution is not a living document. The people are living people. So who needs to protect the other? Will the constitution protect the living, or will a paper protect
the
living? Need to protect.
Actually, we breathe life into the constitution. See, until and unless we live the constitution, the constitution is actually not alive. You can actually refer to it as a piece of paper and you would not be wrong. You know, this fight that we speak of and the vigilance that is required, there is this problem. It isn't a fair fight, because those who are in positions of authority already have an advantage.
Yes.
But the citizenry have perhaps an even bigger advantage. It's called numbers. But then those numbers are the same numbers that those who are in power will influence to support their cause.
And also at the very end of the day, monetary value.
Yes. So once we've reduced ourselves to a people who can be bought and sold at whim, we're not really that much better off than the slaves or the slavery that we speak of that was very evident in the Caribbean islands and in America. We are not that different, are we?
We are not.
I think it's very interesting because I think after the finance bill, the government also reassured its crude power. They realized these people will make noise on the streets. And also one thing that I have an issue with is the state sees tear gas, rubber bullets, these poisonous gases as non-lethal forms of crowd control. So at the very least, if they're not afraid, there's no sanctity of human life. They don't dignify human life. What will they dignify at the end of the day?
But you know, Bonomar, there's something that puzzles me, and it is this. One hears of tear gas, people being shot with rubber bullets, yet shops are being vandalized. So what exactly are the police doing? I thought the whole purpose of their presence was to ensure that lives and property are protected. And then the complete opposite is what you see. People are shot at, they're tear gassed, and yet the vandals, the people who aren't demonstrating, their agenda was completely different. They were looking for an opportunity to vandalize and to steal. They continue with whatever it is that they're doing, and thereafter we report their losses, and yet the police was present.
I think the predicament we're in is, as the sovereign and as the people, we've allowed the government to make concessions on human rights and people's lives. We don't see the humanity anymore. Like, the government sees us as statistics. At the very least, I'll always look at cases like Baby Pendo's case, or like Yasin Moyo, who was killed in his home in Madare, and I always ask myself, if these two babies were not safe in the comforts of their homes, in the comfort of their mothers' homes, in mothers' hands, are we ever safe in this country? And regardless of who's in power, but the bullet will always find us. Like, we're always targeted in whatever case. And I always, especially when we talk about insecurity and the role of the police, I always remember this vivid image of like KDF soldiers in Westgate with little bags from shops. So were they protecting this? I always wonder, like,
no, they were protecting the things from the supermarket.
You see, it becomes for them, they're also deeply blinded. They see we have power.
Do you know they're rather traumatized a lot if you think about it?
But you see, for me, to be honest, that's not my concern. You're going to be
It should be your concern. The reason why it should be your concern, the power and privilege that this lot of people have is so immense. It is immense. We can't have a discussion where their state of mind is in question because it harms us directly. The safety and the mental health that these people have is of paramount concern to us, because if they do not have that mental health, we're in trouble.
When they're not, what we like to say, okay in the head.
Yes, we are definitely in trouble, because then the monopoly of violence that we speak of that the state has becomes evidenced.
But then when we go fight for right to health, when we go fight against SHA, they're the first to deny access for Kenyans to fight towards these things.
Actually, if I were to be very philosophical on this matter, I would say that is a perfect example of an absence of mental health.
Yeah.
When people are fighting for something that actually benefits even you,
yeah,
and you are actually fighting them.
we need to understand, and this is just my own layman's perspective on this issue. We need to understand that these guys have been taught and drilled over a very long period of time to follow orders, regardless of what those orders are. And yes, me sitting here, I mean, I would have this logical thinking. I won't shoot Omar unless Omar is a threat to life and property, right? But when these guys have been drilled over God knows how long, and they're told, go to the streets, do whatever it takes to ensure that we have order.
I think that's a strong statement, because that's what they're like, do whatever it takes. These people are not your friends.
Yes. Yeah. And of course, we know of those specific rogue individuals who, now I don't even want to call them rogue, because they're usually told, you Omar, we are deploying you specifically. Make sure today you're dropping 5 bodies.
I think our history is really important, because I'll never forget when I wasn't there, but reading about how women were being when Wangari Maathai and the mothers of political prisoners were at Uhuru Park fighting for what would be protecting the state in itself and protecting the people in terms of like the health of the people through the forests, were being beaten and abused by younger people. And the question that they always ask in the books of what's been recorded is like, would you beat your mother like this? So for them, they would beat their parents, because they're ingrained.
The way they've been programmed.
If you tell a KDF person, raid this place, they won't care whether it's their mother or their father who's seated over there. They won't care anything that happens. And I think when we look for humanity, and when we look for in these bodies, especially like the KDF, the National Police Service, I think we're already looking away from what the goal of the sovereign is. Because truly, even if we look at places like the USA, places like New York that have large budgets for the police service, where there's all the safety mechanisms have been put, chest cameras, they always go through routine checkups, they go through mental health exams. They're still the number 1 cause of death of black people in the US. Or look at the IDF, for example, in Palestine. They see the Palestinian and know this is a person I must kill because they're not human and we're not on the same level. So I think even if we have a round table at TGRC, we have a reckoning and bring all the KDF, all the NPS, all the members of the police surveillance mechanisms and say, do you believe that you're Kenyan? I think for them, in their minds, they're like, we in this capacity are more superior. We can't get to the president, but we can rule over you based on the powers that we have.
Do you know that you introduce a very interesting discussion that actually must be had in greater detail, because it boils down to this simple question. Do the security forces that we have in this country represent our aspirations and represent us? Or are we still dealing with a legacy of colonialism that has refused to go away?
I think we're still dealing with that legacy. If you sit with KDF folks, because I have a couple of them, as friends, the way they tell you how they are, drilled, first of all, how they are trained, and how they were just like specifically programmed to follow orders. By the way, what happens whenever we have maandamano.
Yeah.
And you will understand a lot. Vitu mingi sana.
One fun fact, it's not a fun fact, it's very deplorable in fact, but once the British came to the Mombasa island, the first national building that they built was a prison. It wasn't a hospital, it wasn't a school, it was, I think it still sustains itself as Shimolatewa prison in Mombasa. But then the question becomes, if our government is rooted in punitive actions and carceral mechanisms, what do these people see themselves as? Because they're just a fighting machine. They're just ready to be waged against the people. Because I always think about the question of like, if we were ever in trouble, I think the police would never be able to fight the enemy, because they're used to fighting innocent civilians. They're used to fighting children.
Actually, they're used to fight people who don't fight back. Put it this way, because the civilians don't fight back. They run away. But look at how the police specifically, how they live. Look at their pay. Look at the conditions in which they work. That condition will put that mind in a certain state. It's like these guys are constantly upset with something, and when you protest, you're
upsetting them more
further. It's curated. I am of the opinion, imagine if you had a police service where people live in very decent houses, not these hovels that they live in. They were paid well, my friend,
yeah,
that person is not the angry person who's going to run
but
after
factually, I would say that it would not happen. There's a lot of statistics that have been, there's a lot of research that's been done on like police who are paid well, the police who are paid well, police who are in disenfranchised states like the Kenyan police. It never works. The police always has power in their mind.
They do have power, but you would find that the elements within the police service who perpetrate those ills is infinitely smaller. The rule of law dominates their mind. They understand the rule of law even among themselves, and that is why they even have what we call the equivalent of our IPOA. Internal affairs in some of these, they actually work. And that check and balance even within the police service actually exists.
Yeah.
Yes. So if you talk about research findings, yes, there is research findings about the idea of power, but the absolute nature that we often see doesn't exist. They know that there are consequences to what they do. Here, that is not the case.
Folks, we have got to come to an end, but I'm reminded of a conversation that we had here a while back. You know, like in the States when we had the house Negro and the field Negro. I feel like this is what is happening, even like in this new modern way of enslavement. We have the privileged slaves and the other slaves who are more, less privileged.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. But we are all in the same place, and there's someone just overlooking and divide and conquer.
Sorry, maybe I'm not a slave. If you are, where you
Suhail, thank you so much for coming through, and this has been a quite interesting conversation. Perhaps one time, like City has said, let's talk about.
We're going to invite you back.
Let's talk about whether our institutions actually represent our aspirations. Yeah. All right. Sasa basi, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Tensions reign high in the National Assembly during debate on the second supplementary budget estimates for the 2025-2026 financial year. This as MPs clashed over proposed allocations running into billions of shillings from State House Kenya, the Office of the Deputy President and the National Intelligence Service. Opposition lawmakers questioned the urgency and practicality of disbursing the funds with only 12 days left in the current financial year, arguing that the money could not be effectively spent within such a short period.
I know you have no idea, of course, but you need to be informed as such.
My problem is the lack of priority for this administration. We should have prioritized this 5 billion to go to these pending projects, but we are taking them for recurrent expenditure.
We know why this money is being allocated to these particular offices. It is to provide resources for political campaigns. We know that. They do it all the time. Confidential expenditure that nobody can verify. And it goes on a long list, including the failed Kisumu rally.
It is my committee that appropriates and allocates funds to these offices. And I can confirm to the country and this house that these funds are well spent.
Kenya's HIV response, once celebrated globally for major progress, is now facing renewed concern. Recent data from the National Syndemic Disease Control Council shows that although new HIV infections have dropped by more than half since 2020, children and young people now make up over 50% of new infections in the country. In response, the government has introduced 47 county-level syndemic operational plans. The strategic shifts focus to communities most affected.
We have realized that we are leaving children behind. The mother-baby pair at the time of pregnancy, the time of delivery, and the time of postnatal care. 24% of the new infections which occurred in the year 2025 being attributed to mother-to-child transmission. Today we have been gathered here to launch these documents which hold the county governments to account, which make us committed and recommitted to ending AIDS and other syndemics as public health threats.
The framework therefore promotes integrated, people-centered service delivery that improves efficiency and ensures that investment in HIV continues to benefit the broader health sector.
We work with the 47 counties because the drivers of the epidemic in Mandera are different from the drivers of the epidemic in Bungoma. So we have come up with 47 county operational plans, Chief Guest.
Academic researcher Omar Suhail has pointed up gaps in digital development across counties, noting that there is a growing deviation in government priorities that is affecting service delivery. He observed that while some philanthropic and development initiatives have been introduced, many communities continue to suffer due to lack of essential services. He was speaking today on Radio Generation.
So I think the question we need to ask ourselves is, number one, are we ready as Kenyans to see Somalis as human beings? Because the failures we're seeing in northeastern and the northern part of Kenya are failures we're seeing in all other counties. We're not saying, even in Nairobi, the capital, we're not saying the county government is working for us. I think every day we're seeing complaints. Every day we're seeing money has been stolen. Every day we're seeing money has been squandered. So I think these are internal issues that we must look at, but we can't enlarge them because it's a national issue. In Mombasa, it's the same thing. This is a county that needs to be living off its maritime capacity, but at the very end, it's not. The port is a mess. The county government is a mess. The same thing with Nairobi.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Co-hosts Mexico have become the first nation to qualify for the knockout stages of the 2026 World Cup after a narrow 1-0 win over South Korea in Guadalajara. Midfielder Luis Romo scored the only goal in the 50th minute, tapping into an empty net after South Korea goalkeeper Kim Sang-ju spilled the ball following a collision with his teammate Lee Gyu-hook. South Korea's best chance came in the 87th minute when Cho Gwe-sung's close header was saved by Mexico goalkeeper Raul Rangel, who also reacted quickly to deny Yang Hyun-jun on the rebound. The Canada manager Jesse Marsh was left emotional after Ismail Kone suffered a serious-looking injury during Canada's 6-0 win over 9-man Qatar at the World Cup. The incident occurred in Vancouver with Canada already leading 3-0 and playing against 10 men. Kone and Qatar's Asim Omer both challenged for the ball, leading to a long stoppage and the Canadian midfielder being stretchered off. Omer was initially shown a red card, but it was later upgraded to a red card after a VAR review. Despite the injury, Kone received applause from fans, sat up briefly, and waved to supporters as he was carried off the pitch while receiving oxygen. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning. Welcome back to Radio Generation. Now 12 minutes past 8 o'clock. How are you? Umekunywa kahawa? Kuna joto maliuko? Ama we ni mtu wa uji? Please let us know. You can find us on our social media spaces at Radio Gen KE. You can also find us on terrestrial, that is 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 FM in Mombasa, 89.5 in Garissa. Kuna jamaa aliniuliza tunafika Lamu lini? Well, Lamu tunakuja, usijali. Meanwhile, you can get us on www.radiogeneration.co.ke, where we are live there. And also we are live on our YouTube channel, which is Radio Generation Kenya. So once you get us there, we are definitely live. For example, I can see a couple of you who are already tuned in. Eunice Kyoko saying, Mungala, leave cities here alone. But I can't leave cities here alone. It is here so that I can talk about it, I can play with it, and many other things. And then nani mwingine nataka nisalimie, my Tech 2.0, how are you doing? And of course, Douglas is saying, Booby, don't be selective. There was a kid told a news reporter that your name betrays you. Please accept everyone. Yeah, that word has been used a lot. Actually, there's a time Kalonzo used it on a I think it was a journalist who asked a question. Na akamwambia, your name betrays you. Your last name, I think it was, or something of the sort. But anyway, these things happen, and that is why we need to have these conversations so that we can see how indeed we can make Kenya a what? A better country indeed. But in this particular hour, like I had promised you a couple of like an hour or two ago, I told you we were gonna talk a little bit about the finance bill that has just been passed, waiting for a presidential assent. And in studio we have economist, and he's also a CEO, or rather the CEO of Elim Capital, that is Odhiambo Ramogi. Odhiambo, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Asante sana. I think you'd have been the first one to call me Oriambo. Or Ramogi is still okay.
Yo Odhiambo imeende kashikana na Ramogi, so ikakuwa Oriamogi.
Something like that.
But nice to see you again.
It's a pleasure.
Karibu sana. Siti mpatie methali. At least ni mwenyeji anaelewa kenye tunafanyanga hapa. Mpatie methali atueleze, alafu tuingie katika mazungumzo yetu.
Final day of our proverbs from the Republic of the Senegal. You can't kill a people fast enough than by killing their past.
That sounds like a line from a reggae song. Yeah, but I think what the proverb would say is if you kill a people's history.
Yeah.
If I can distill it in that direction, then you have essentially killed them, and in fact you will do it effectively and faster, because you take away their history, you've taken away their identity.
True story.
Yes.
We are in agreement.
Yeah. Asante mimi.
Hapo sawa kabisa. Jana uliona finance bill, or rather you saw the debate in parliament. I don't know what you made of it. I was telling City this morning, I just found that to be a very good setting for drama festivals or music festivals, where we have the choral verse, where we have the narratives being presented before adjudicators.
Right.
But I want to hear your perspective.
Well, man, we've come from far. I watch movies. Let me start this from happy.
You and I.
From a happy direction. City is the kind that looks like they don't watch such non-serious issues.
He watches documentaries.
I do watch movies.
Okay.
So I watch movies. So this thing of deciding for me what I watch,
na watu ni wakali leo asubuhi bwana.
Nyoka hawana kuni.
It doesn't look like that. Tunaishi leo nyumba moja.
Tukimaliza show unikumbushe nimuulize na watchengi movie gani. Na ile aliwatch ya mwisho ni gani?
There's a movie called Gladiator, the first one.
Yes.
And
Gerald Butler.
Yeah. At the beginning, one of the actors says men should know when they are conquered. It's a very important statement. You should know when you're defeated. But I think let me switch it around and say men should also know when they've won. And indeed, as regards finance bill, we the people have won. And I'll explain this this way. You know, finance bill is a political document. It is a legal instrument. It is also an economic tool. And previously, before 2024, the government treated it just like a legal tool to facilitate or to allow them to spend money. Parliament treated it just like any other law that they just pass for the government to affect government for operations. But I think at some point the people realized that in the past the finance minister used to come and say bei ya unga imeshuka, bei ya hii kitu ingine imepanda juu. And that is no longer the case.
Yeah.
The only instrument that will tell them whether bei ya item A itashuka ama bei ya item B itapanda is the finance bill.
Okay.
Because you use the taxes to affect market dynamics, and you use the subsidies also to affect the market dynamics. And the subsidy can also come in terms of a tax relief.
Yeah.
And so where we are right now is, after the people realized this is an economic tool, they started mounting pressure on it, so that now the parliament really has to think through what they are voting for and actually interrogate it. I can't remember the last time in the parliament of Kenya that people were discussing clause after clause of a finance bill ever so in a heated debate like yesterday.
Yes.
I've never seen anything like that. And so for me, I think it's an achievement on our end that it is no longer treated just like another legal instrument passed for the people.
Are you saying that they now take it more seriously?
They now take it more seriously. Now, a few areas of concern. One is the communication around the finance bill. When they initially came, they came with a proposal on Mitumba. They came with a proposal on mobile phones,
bottled water,
motorbikes,
spare parts.
Absolutely. And then later on, that changed, either due to the pressure from the people or due to public participation. For one reason or another, that changed. Those clauses were removed. But that communication was not made to the public. So there was still a lot of debate and conversation and anger around clauses that have already been removed. In other words, you've already won against the establishment, but you don't know
you have won.
You've won.
Okay.
And so you find that is why now some members of parliament would rise and say, but we do not want this. And then the majority leader would rise proudly and say, which clause? Show us which clause. Because they know that they have already removed it.
Yeah.
And so I think there needs to be
some people were set up for failure, but kindly continue.
It is a possibility also. I think there needs to be two things. One, when that document comes to parliament, there needs to be a communique that clearly outlines the administrative proposals. In other words, these are things we are just adjusting to ensure that tax administration is in order. And then the tax proposals that they are actually making, the new tax proposals they are actually making, and probably amendments that they are proposing, so that then it's clear ab initio, these are the things we want to do with the Finance Bill 2026 or 2027. After it has gone through public participation, we need a second circular or communique to the public that, look, we have heard you and these clauses have been removed. What is now contained in this document is A, B, C, D. Because it's a legal document. And legal documents can be very hard to read and actually understand. So that communique, I think the failure has been on the people that have been supporting Waziri. Waziri himself has gone out, made quite a deal of public participation himself, engaged with the public, but the people that are supporting him, were left down. Yes.
But who is supposed to do this communique? Is it, and especially if it's coming from Parliament,
right,
is it the clerk, is it the MP, or the members of Parliament within the Finance Committee? Who is supposed to, or the Budget Committee?
You see, the clerk works on the instruction of either the speaker or the chair of the committee.
Okay.
So now, if the finance committee is working, then it is not Moses Kuria, this Kuria guy from Molo,
Kimani Kuria,
Kuria, to instruct the clerk, please do a communique that this is what we've changed in response to the public participation.
Okay.
But the initial communique that is coming to Parliament with the finance bill should come from Treasury. So there is the first communique and then there is the second communique of, look, these are the things we've changed. Because until yesterday, we did not know what amendments had been done. So we were like, okay, so yes, you guys are voting this thing, but what are the amendments that have been made on the document? So it's when now it's occurring to us that quite a few things had changed.
So that is why 2 days ago, I think it was, when Kimani Ichung'wah, the majority leader, came out and said, mutuoneshe kipengele gani.
Yes, because he knows.
Because he knew they had already withdrawn these things.
Absolutely. So it's not the guy discussing this Vipengele is not mad. It's only that the Vipengeles had been brought, and then in response to the
public participation,
they had been they were removed. But nobody told nobody that that these Vipengeles have been removed.
Okay,
and that's why I'm saying men should know when they have conquered.
When you talk about removal, what do you mean?
So you see, like the clause that was proposing attacks on the Mitumba, on the Mitumba items, it was altogether removed from.
Yes.
So it's no longer part of
the finance bill.
Yes.
It is no longer part of the finance bill, which means when it went through Parliament, it was not there.
In the first reading, it was.
No.
You see, the moment
the bill sasa imepitishwa na bunge, si ndio?
Kile imepitishwa haiko kwa ile document ya mwisho imepitishwa.
Yenye president ataka kidole.
That is what I am asking.
Right.
It is not there.
Imetoka hiyo imeenda hiyo.
So everything else that the members of what we refer to as the opposition and the drama that followed, they were talking about things which had actually been removed.
Yes, and that is why now you find the member for Kabete can come proudly and say, "Show us which clause."
Member for Kikuyu.
Sorry. Those two are neighbors.
Hapo walicheza position mbaya.
And it's not the first time. It's not the first time that's happening.
Walicheza position mbaya hapo.
So they are not mistaken, because you see the thing that ensures that our democracy works is that vigilance. That we need to be vigilant of what you're bringing into the finance bill. So they are not mistaken. The bigger challenge and the bigger problem that I have observed is that there is no proper communication around it. So that's why I'm saying, can we have a communique? Just a document, a 1-page or a 2-page outlining the proposals. And then after the public participation, before it comes to the committee of the whole house, do another circular that, look, the committee has heard the members of the public and have considered some of these. And so these are things that we have done in response to. And even, you know, some of those things, when now you are taken to court, there was no public participation. You can actually show the court there was public participation, and in response to public participation, we actually made these adjustments and communicated to the public.
Because I saw those guys in Kisii, I saw those guys somewhere in, I think, Kakamega.
Right.
I saw them somewhere in Eastern Province. I can't remember where. So they actually did do this public participation.
No, public participation they do. What they never do substantially, to my satisfaction, is consider what people have told them.
Okay.
And so that's why I'm saying we have come a long way in terms of now they can actually consider and say, remove this, consider this, remove this, consider this. Because you remember how the arrogant they were when they were passing the housing levy. You tell them, look, we are not really sure of this. And then initially it was a savings. They made it worse because now they made it a tax.
They made it mandatory.
Mandatory, a levy.
Yeah. Speaking of the housing levy, this whole issue of securitizing it, I'm sure you've heard of it.
Right.
Is it something you can explain to us? What exactly is happening?
So now, securitization is, especially of a tax like the housing levy, is the government saying, in the next 10 or 20 years, we anticipate to raise this number of taxes or this amount of money from this tax. And so they go to a lender or an investor and they tell an investor, look, can you lend us money with this revenue as security?
So they use it as collateral.
They use it as security. That's hence the word securitization.
Yes.
Yes, it's collateral, but
security is more appropriate in this sense.
Yes.
Okay.
So now when they use it in that fashion, what now happens is, one, money that is coming out of that revenue is redirected. It no longer goes to the consolidated fund. In the case of the housing levy, it doesn't go to the consolidated fund in the first place. It's a fund of its own created. It's the housing fund that is administered differently. So it no longer even goes to that housing fund. It goes to a vehicle that they have created, where now there is both eyes. The government is looking at the money that comes there, and the investor is also looking at the money that's coming there. Immediately that money goes into that special account, the investor anachukua yake, and the government remains with whatever it needs. So that essentially is how securitization is usually designed.
And this happens even when we securitize like 5 shillings from the fuel development levy,
yes,
3 shillings from the railway development levy. That is exactly how it works.
That is exactly how it works. I think there are 2 other securitized
taxes and levies.
Yeah, which is the sports fund and the road license, road maintenance levy.
Yes.
Yeah, so those ones are already securitized. So now they are looking at securitizing the housing levy. The challenge of securitization is, you see, like around early this year when we had the fuel crisis due to Strait of Hormuz, the war in Iran.
The crisis is still there. It hasn't left us.
Now, the government should have the option of suspending a tax and saying, in the face of this crisis, let's suspend this or let's remove this so that then we give people a reprieve. When things come back to normal, we can come back to it. But you see, securitization ties you.
So you cannot give that reprieve.
You cannot give that reprieve because you need that revenue to pay that loan. And you have entered into contracts with an investor that revenue will always be there. So what securitizing housing levy does is that next year, it doesn't matter who you vote. Immediately they come to power, they realize this thing is cemented. You cannot remove the housing levy for the next 10, maybe 20 years.
Depending on the agreement.
Absolutely. So that it will affect the next administration. It will affect maybe the administration that comes after this one as well. So that's the major disadvantage. The second disadvantage is there's a way you are burdening the people, you see, the working class today is probably paying some of the loans that Kibaki took, that Uhuru took. Securitization ensures and enforces that the people who will come 10 years from now still working and paying taxes
will be
paying for a house that was built, which maybe at that time is no longer appropriate. And then the house that was built is sold, and we are not even sure about the revenue that is coming from that. So it's a very complex arrangement that is opaque in many ways. It's not as transparent as we'd want it to be. It does not benefit from public participation. It also does not benefit from parliamentary oversight, because this one
so because my next question would have been, is there an intervention that Kenyans can put to block this particular securitization from happening, so that we it doesn't tie us and future generations?
Well, the only intervention that you can do is you can go to court and hope that the court understands the complexity of the financial instrument vis-a-vis the legal backing for it.
Because I would say that the court uses what has been presented, facts.
Right.
So the citizens argue in this way, the government will argue in this way, and then the court will weigh which argument makes sense, right?
Yes,
that
they
how
would,
courts work?
but they also need to have knowledge on this particular instrument.
Absolutely.
And not just knowledge of its existence, what it does, what it is used for, throw in a little history of it, some of the drawbacks that this instrument has, the ramification it has for future generations depending on the length of time that particular debt is going to be there, and the details again of that debt.
Okay. So those judges are Kenyans?
Yes.
They'll understand.
No. You need to understand the subject matter around that instrument.
They actually do need to understand it. And one of the challenges we've had, especially around litigation on public debt in the past, is what is clear to me as an economist might not be so clear to a very a successful, gifted judge that has practiced law all their lives.
Even if they practice law around these issues of finances and economics.
Even if they practice law. So there's a lot of communication that you need to do. And then you see the nature of finance or economics, public finance and economics, is that the opponent or the government can always come with a very, for lack of a better word, flimsy explanation that the judge can satisfy the judge. Because then it's a question of this person has legal mandate to run our economy. This person has the authority to do this. And then the judge is told, this was done elsewhere and it's working. Why are we panicking over a non-issue? So then, but my hope is that that will not be the case and that our judges will understand.
If you look at the various courts that we have land courts, you have commercial courts.
Yeah.
The reason why we have these courts and why we differentiate them is because it is understood and assumed that the people you put in those courts have an understanding that supersedes the, should we say, the lay terms of or knowledge of that particular subject matter.
Exactly.
Or the children's court, for instance. The aspect of specialization comes with the knowledge of that specialization. You see, for instance, let's take a subject like euthanasia, okay? Where somebody is allowed to die or allowed to kill themselves. We don't have such a law in this country. We actually do not. But so if we're presented with it, you really do need to look for an expert who understands that particular subject matter.
And then let's not forget, you need to also overcome your own biases.
That's where knowledge is supposed to help you, and thank you for bringing that up. Knowledge is supposed to help you overcome your biases because you have this idea. And so somebody comes and tells you, yes, beyond what you know, there is this, and there's this, and there's this. Look, before, when we were just a struggling banana republic, third world country, okay? Before we
were a small banana.
Yes, before we became a middle income country, which is now probably a bunch of bananas. So we... The sort of loans we spoke of were concessional loans, okay? And you were given a moratorium, meaning there was a period of time when you didn't have to pay the loan, and then you started paying the loan, and some of those loans even taken by Kenyatta were still paying. Because it could have been a 50-year loan, could have been a 40-year loan, and so forth and so forth. So the idea of the public paying for loans, that is always there. The subject that we are discussing here is not the public paying back loans. We are asking, we're talking about the process by which these loans were acquired, the manner in which they were acquired, and the repayment of it, and the totality of the amounts, and whether it is that those amounts are what it is that we are being told they are, and whether it is that those amounts actually achieve what it is that they were purposed for. Because our laws are clear. We borrow for development. Okay? So every time this discussion comes about, those are the questions we're asking. These things that we are saying.
Yeah.
Okay, for instance, if we say we securitize money, we securitize what you call the portion in our fuel levy that covers, say, road maintenance, and we're saying it's building Talanta, so we can see Talanta.
Yes.
We will quibble on the amount, but we can see it. It's something that is visible. But then the further discussion on this matter is not Talanta and every other thing that we say we're securitizing. You're asking the question, that burden that the citizenry is going to have for the next X number of years, is it really necessary? Could we have built Talanta through other means other than that?
Yeah, I mean, even the PPP could have worked.
Yes.
With Talanta. But you see, a PPP requires that the investment be profitable.
Yes.
Sports business in this country has not been as profitable.
We don't commercialize it.
Yeah. So instead of solving the bigger problem of can we make talent and sports profitable, we bypassed it and just built a monument that speaks to success in infrastructure, but not success in the industry. There's something you mentioned, that we borrow for for development. There's the real and the ideal.
Yes.
The ideal and the law says, yes, we should borrow strictly for development. The practice is we borrow for everything.
Including recurrent expenditure.
And partly because we have overexposed ourselves to debt. So you find that every shilling that comes, around 7 bob of it goes towards paying debt. So now it's the 3 bob that remains we want to do education with, health, and everything else, and it becomes impossible. So we are forced to borrow something extra so that we can ensure that we meet our needs and provide services to the people.
But Ramogi,
yes,
you see, if we are paying debts that were borrowed, because the debts we are paying were borrowed,
right?
Why it is important for the details of the debt and everything about it is so that we understand, is this a short-term debt? And how short is it? Is it a year? Is it 2 years? And what is the rate of payment? Because it already, you're talking about 7 shillings out of 10. We are already loading onto that 7 shillings. So what we may end up doing is not paying 7 shillings. It may be 8 shillings. There are times it may even be 9 shillings. So we remain with 1 shilling to sort of like see what we can do with this 1 shilling. There's very little you can do with 1 shilling. So the reality of our debt position becomes opaque. So we're never really sure what it is we're dealing with. So when the government says this is what they're doing, they know what they're doing, we don't.
Right.
They are borrowing on our behalf, and we actually don't know what it is that they're actually doing with the money, or what the money is actually for.
We know at the very least they lose 3 billion of it daily.
We are told of the project. That we hear. Yes, we hear. But we are not really sure what it is that is being done. Now, where the problem arises is this. Even when the government wants to engage in a project, like say the JKI project, which is really long overdue. Long overdue.
Decades old.
It's overdue. We should have revamped that airport and done things a long time ago.
In the late 90s.
Exactly. We now, the moment you talk about it, we resist it. Because cumulatively, we have been dealt a blow when it comes to just knowledge. You're asking, this thing that we're doing, what is it exactly?
And yeah,
Mara, we are told there is China, Mara, there is a Zimbabwe, and Mara now, where
you're forgetting Adani.
Then there is Adani. Then now the CS comes and tells us none of these guys are there. Then we're like, then who is there? Then how much is it? Is it 154 billion? Is it 310? Mara, we are told it is neither of the above. So I mean,
but you see, this is current.
Smokescreen.
This is current.
Yes.
In the Uhuru era, first of all, a portion of it burnt down. Okay. Then there was the Greenfields project. Then there was refurbishing the international terminal for flight. Up until they realized what they had done, they put up a building without a canopy. Meaning, if you're standing in queue, no, I'm telling you, if you're standing in the queue, starts raining, how are you going to be rained on?
Which is this?
When nani anatengenezanga hizi buildings zetu? Nani uchora? Who are the architects?
No, you know, you look at it and you say, the mistrust has been building over time. So that you mentioned the airport, you may not even realize it, but your mind says, has already gotten to a position where it's resisting it because it's thinking, when hii kitu tumeisikia.
Yeah.
There was that story. Now we are jamaa naongezea. So when Adani comes in, how can we are fighting Adani?
I think there's a time even Larry Mado was just called and told, young man, calm down. Easy picha umeanza kutuwekea, wacha nazo sasa. It's enough. But I have a question because we sat here a couple of days ago with Honorable Julius Ruto. He's a member of the budget committee, and one of the things I asked him, is there no way we can just tighten our belt as a country and
which belt?
and so that we can number one, spend what we have vizuri,
yes,
and then just avoid borrowing more money. Now he he told me a couple of things, like for example, teachers need X amount, doctors this, what are they called, policemen this, the army this. He told me, and akanihesabiwa pesa by the ikafika 3 billion
kabla anything development.
He was like, and the only money that we can,
billion or trillion, chief,
trillion, sorry.
Yes.
Then he told me this is how much we collect. Then he was like, so there's this deficit, how do you expect us to fill that gap? And logically it makes sense, we have got to borrow. But I'm thinking, is there no way there are no better ways of raising more money internally before we think about external?
More money.
More money. That means expanding the tax base.
The government raises money through taxation, bro.
But we can expand that base.
No, you don't start by expanding the tax base. You begin by asking the question, how do we revitalize the economy? That's how you start. Because the conversation, a bigger economy means there's more money. When there's more money, you can tax more.
Preach. So I agree with you, revitalize the economy, stop the wastage. Yes, Sema.
He's taken my lead, but let me try and find my footing.
No, that was not my intention.
We shall delete it.
I am
from the Hansard.
I am not an economist.
No, you've done well. Actually, you are on point. Mheshimiwa was right that what we need in terms of budgetary allocations is rather high. With a growing population and a growing economy, more and more you need more resources to ensure that you provide the services that are required in that economy. And providing those services actually just costs money. There are two areas perhaps that I would want to highlight. One of the areas is the whole question of governance, administration of public finance, and the public trust. And you've alluded to it that yes, we need 3-point-something trillion, and yes, we need to spend this money. But Kenyans do not have trust in the people that they have elected, that the amount of money they are spending is being spent accurately or properly or appropriately. When you hear us complaining about the amount of money going, for example, to State House, we are not feeling bad that the president needs money to run State House. It's just that, given the circumstances, man, at least try and organize your house so that the little you're given by parliament, the little, which is in billions, you're given by parliament, try and use that one, because we are feeling the pinch. So that's the first issue. The second issue is the whole question of austerity. Granted, we cannot say that we are not going to spend money in the economy because that would be strangling the economy and the growth that we've experienced. The sustained growth we've had since the days of Kibaki we might lose that momentum. But do you really need to be so extravagant and so arrogant and still with impunity in such a way that Kenyans feel, wewe unataka sisi tufunge belt
lakini wewe ufungi
na wewe unaendelea kunona. Na wewe unaendelea kunona. So that's why you hear complaints about, for example, the choice of transport that the president decides to use to his trip in Europe. I had agreed with my senior. There are small expenses compared to the larger budget of the country, but they speak to the nature of a leader you have. They speak to the nature of public administrators and their thought process around public resources, and it just speaks very poorly that they are not really committed to careful custodianship of our resources. So the issue is not even don't borrow. The issue is usually public debt has become an aqueduct for corruption because the borrowed money somehow, somewhere, just never ends up where it's supposed to go. 1, 2.
And this is every single time.
And it's every single time. 2, there are some people who steal from you, get a large tranche of money somewhere, register a company in China or wherever, and then now that company they have registered elsewhere is the one lending to you. So for the next 20 or so years, you're actually paying a former leader, thinking you are paying a lender, the private sector lender, but it's actually...
You're actually just paying a fellow Kenyan.
You're paying a fellow Kenyan who stole money from you, then lent you the money they stole from you. So that, for us, we have no problem. Kenyans have no problem with an administration that is keen on their development and their welfare, borrowing. The question is it an aqueduct for corruption, one, and two, how are you going to use it, one?
That's why I was insisting, because I'm sure a lot of Kenyans pale kwa ground, mashinani as we like to call it, those are the arguments they will make. Nasema mbona mnatumia hizi magari kubwa? Kwani lazima muishi kwa hizo manyumba kubwa? Kwani lazima mtembee na magari 10 na mnaweza tembea na gari moja? Actually, there's a time I think I made this suggestion, and one of our viewers said, "Mbuvi, when you think these people live in the same house?" They don't live in the same house, but even people in companies will meet at a central place and take a bus towards one direction.
Right.
Not everyone takes their own bus to Mombasa. Mnakutana, mnasema trip yetu ya Mombasa inaanza saa 12. Kila mtu anatoka kwake, wa Kibera wanatoka Kibera, wa Karen wanatoka Karen. Sisi wote tunapatana kwa ofisi na tunaenda. And it might look like one of those suggestions, but I mean, there are things, and it doesn't have to be this one specifically, but I'm sure there are things government can do.
There are things that government can do to ensure that we are not as wasteful as we are. And that savings alone could run into hundreds of billions.
Yes.
Of just, putting in order a few things here and there. What we've not had is a commitment, a political willingness, the political will to ensure that we want to generate savings and we want to solve the problem. I have not seen that. I have not seen that at all. When this administration came to power, they were fighting in terms of who gets what where, and you'd hear things like the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary's wife requiring billions of money, and you're wondering, Bwana, how is she even relevant? Leave alone even having a constitutional mandate. Why should I know there is a wife to the Prime Cabinet Secretary? Like, how relevant is she to my welfare? But anyways, wacha nisiende sana.
Hey, your frustration has been noted.
No, but think about it. Think about it. You have a country where a very sizable portion of that particular country are struggling with simply figuring out what they're going to eat today, not tomorrow, today.
Very true.
Okay? And then the demonstration of the administration that we see visibly is spending against the backdrop of statements by the same administration that there is no money.
Right.
So you're thinking, hey, okay.
There's no money for me, but there's money for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yet the reality again is this: the amount of money that you use for buying cars and all these things is actually a drop in the ocean compared to whatever budget we have. It is actually a drop. But the optics are terrible.
Right.
They are horrible. How do you buy a car, even if you remove the duty and you're being told this car is 20 million? And there are many of them. Those optics are horribly terrible.
Yeah.
Because on the one hand, you are saying we really need to tighten our belt. And on the other hand, we are not seeing that belt being tightened by those who are telling us. Because if they were tightening the belts, then it would make sense. Because you're saying something, and you are the first people who are leading by example. They would say, enyewe, I think hiyo kitu, ili vile tunaambiwa hakuna pesa, ni kweli hakuna pesa.
Like, for example, there's this new the new Toyota Land Cruiser, the what Kenyans usually refer to the V8.
Right.
Bwana, hiyo kitu ilitokezea 2 years ago. The new model.
Right.
Every government first of all the CSs have that car. So I ask myself, what happened to the ones that they were using before this new model? Then number 2, parastatals. Hey.
Yeah.
That car is
But did
everywhere.
we not see the drama when we had this electoral commission?
IBC.
Yes, came in.
168 billion. Million.
You know, I heard that the buying of cars, for me, it doesn't really register negatively. But I'm thinking, you are not even telling us of what it is you plan to do with the commission. Your main concern is the car. And I'm thinking, Jameni.
That car is going
see the commissioners who left cars. It's this idea that Kenyans seem to have, that when you're in a position of authority, there's certain things that represent that authority, like a new car. Really? So this new car will make you work better.
That thing costs 27 million.
Yeah.
I cannot imagine how many state departments have that car, how many ministries have got that car. Then now we go to the parastatals, then now we go to our governors. I cannot imagine how many people have that car.
If you want to take that argument to its logical conclusion, look at the banks, huh? Amidst everything that we hear, these banks post mega profits.
Right.
And you know who makes it possible for them? The government. Because the government is their main client. The government
their
borrows.
biggest client.
Yes, exactly. In a country like ours, it doesn't matter what agreement and arrangement people have. I understand. You sign a contract, you're a CEO, there are benefits, bonuses. I understand it perfectly. But the optics are bad. You cannot have people not knowing what they're going to eat on that day. People who don't have a place to stay, and the house they live in is a cardboard, series of cardboards.
And then you're discussing cars,
yes,
and private jets.
Yes, there's a problem here. There's a serious and complete disconnect.
Let me read a few comments here. DK amesema members of parliament must pass the 2026 budget and prepare to face us at the ballot next year. They need to stop their hypocrisy. We can never and will never forget June 25th, 2024. Biwot anasema good morning RG, good insights from the Economist, always a pleasure listening to him. Victor Lesesuyan amesema a big banana republic. Douglas is asking you CT, have you ever securitized your payslip?
Yes, actually yes I have.
Yes.
Once upon a time when I had a payslip, there was something that was called a personal loan that you could go to the bank and get it. I was securitizing because that's what I did with my payslip. I securitized it. But I did it even further. The relative of mine who had run afoul of the law, and I went to court to say uni jamaa yangu
ulipeana hiyo kama security.
Yes, I did. I provide my pay slip. The magistrate looked at it and said, okay, ni sawa. Kama wewe ndio unamsimamia, huyu jamaa anaweza toka ende. Lakini then he told my relative, don't put this mzee in trouble at una hepa na you don't do what we're supposed to do and so forth. Yeah, but I have securitized my pay slip.
Did the relative behave or misbehave?
He behaved.
City alikuwa anamweka on toes.
He behaved.
Evans Onyango anasema this government promised to 1, stop borrowing, and 2, audit public debt. But instead of stopping, they brought more powerful tools to dig the debt hole deeper. They will strike oil. Then he goes on to say a government where a CS has 10 chase cars and a PS has 3 chase cars. Kayachi hapo. So
optics.
Optics. We have failed on that front.
You know the optics allow certain narratives to take root. And then that becomes the focus of discussion. And yet, there's a much larger discussion and a much larger subject we should be looking at. Oh, why have they bought cars? Why? They've been bought. Can we then move to the next step? The cars have been bought.
Yeah.
Okay? Terrible optics. Now, where now the government fails itself, with those optics which are considered in the worst possible way, even if the government does something positive, nobody is listening.
When our president was in Finland the other day,
right,
I saw alikuwa na gari mbili, pikipiki moja mbele na nyingine nyuma.
The Finnish are not wasteful.
And hiyo pia ni heshima mingi.
Na the reason
hiyo pia gari inakuwa tu gari moja na hiyo nyingine hakuna.
Ile nyingine sasa yenye ilikuwa na si limousine, it was a normal saloon car. I can't even remember the brand. It was just a normal saloon car. I think it was an Audi if I'm not wrong. So ile gari ilikuwa nyuma ndio ilikuwa imebeba the remaining Kenyan delegation. So at least alipatiwa special treatment yake.
Paul, you need to understand the African mindset. When these African individuals who are elected and become presidents went to bury Queen Elizabeth,
they were put in a bus.
Did they not complain?
Kenyans complained. Africans actually complained in general.
No, it's the African mindset.
When we were Uko G7, I see if I was there. But anyway,
we were. You are represented.
Tukiwa G7 juzi.
Bas.
Unajua president alibeba na gari gani? Renault. Kale kadogo kenye today mwanaendeshanga hapa Kenya huko.
See, does it not move from point A to B?
Yes. It was the mid-sized SUV. It was a Renault. I'm forgetting the name of, not a Duster, the one bigger than a Duster. Unajua Duster? It was a Renault.
Yes, I know what a Duster looks like.
Yes.
So Renault is French.
It is French.
Oh.
Si tulikuanga France. So actually Renault and Peugeot are the same company. Yes. So it's like VW and Audi. Same
they merged at some point. So they're the same company. Yes.
Alibebwa nako kagari bwana.
Interesting.
Equivalent of if I was to choose a Peugeot here, it was equivalent of the Peugeot 3008. Mid-sized SUV. Hiyo ndio gari President Ruto alibebwa nayo.
And you know hizo gari zinaundwa huko
zinatengenezwa hapo.
And they even have bigger versions of those vehicles.
Yes. But alibebwa nako.
The African mindset, hii scarcity mentality ambayo tuko nayo ni mbaya bro. Because why do you need an outward expression of your position with that sort of opulence? It is not necessary.
Yeah. So if those guys who give us money can tighten their belts, surely, why can't we?
Yeah, but on that note, I also noticed Mbadi going to parliament in a Peugeot. It looks like we've gone French locally as well.
The government has many of those.
Now let me just say this. Yes. I have driven those Peugeots. They're lovely cars.
Oh, did you drive the 504 in the 80s?
I drove a 504. I also drove a 505.
Okay.
They were wonderful vehicles.
Right.
If it rains, that door will not open.
Inakwama.
There's a problem with the doors. I don't know what they do with their doors, but it rains. It gets cold.
No,
even the current ones.
I don't know about the current ones. You know me, I'm talking history here.
when it cools, metal also contracts. So maybe that's why. So Ramogi, as we finish, maybe utupatie parting shot. So are we saying that this finance bill, as was passed by Parliament yesterday, is good for the country?
I'd say there's something I'm not sure if they managed to add, which was the bone of contention for me.
Okay.
Which is what the pronouncement the president made concerning people earning under 30,000 to be, not to pay.
No, it wasn't. They refused to
add it finally.
Yes, I remember seeing such a headline, not a headline, but when they were talking. But I'll confirm.
Yes, because there was a debate about that. If it was added, then I would say that's a very good finance bill.
Yeah.
Because one of the things, the beauty of elections,
yeah.
Before an election, one of the things you are hoping that a government would do is reduce taxes.
Yeah.
So for a year or two, at least you enjoy some good taxes, and then after that they can tighten their belts or tighten your belts again around 2028.
Yeah.
So I was hoping that at least that reprieve will come, that would release some 60 billion to circulate into the economy.
I've actually confirmed. It is MPs reject public push to lower pay.
Yeah.
So it wasn't lowered.
Yeah. So that would have been good. But as it is, I would say we finally have a tax policy and a treasury that's willing to adhere to that tax policy, which is don't just play around with taxes every now and then. At least give time for a tax policy for it to thaw in the economy before you can make adjustments. The other thing also that for me is a plus is there are some administrative things that they were hoping to do with it, including move from zero-rated VAT to VAT exempt, which is also in tandem with the tax policy.
Yeah.
So that's progressive. For me, I think that's a good thing. The final thing is what we are biashara. They say that if you have a tax quarrel with KRA, there was a proposal that you first pay And then after that, you go and have a conversation with KRA.
Oh yeah. So now you have to pay.
No.
Yeah,
the members of parliament refused, and I think that's why I was like, man, we've won.
But I remember because that conversation we also had yesterday, and the city said that, these guys know that they will not be in parliament forever.
Right.
Na watatoka hapa nje.
Right.
So if they do not sort out that KRA thing, itakuja kuwauma wakifika tu hapa mali tuko.
That was a prophecy because they actually did not approve it.
Yes.
So for me, beautiful progress. We have an economy that is economic aware, the population that is economically aware. We have a parliament that finally realizes the import of their responsibility as regards managing our economy through the instruments that are placed before them.
Yes.
And the conversation has been successful in that there is progress made. The finance bill as it is passed right now is a lot better than what came in earlier in the year. So there's good progress. We could do better. Like I said, I would have expected the pay to go down, but there is good progress.
All right. I will end with a comment here from one of our listeners. This is Ndongo Wainaina. Ndongo anasema, where were 187 MPs yesterday during Finance Bill 2026 voting? What were they doing? Why didn't they show up to represent their people? They couldn't be present when a decision was being made with direct implications on the lives and livelihoods of the people that elected them. Kibi ndouliza wa Kenya ni, ebu find out why your MP was yesterday when this was happening.
Good to hear from Ndungu. It's been a minute.
All right.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 2 suspects are in police custody after anti-narcotics unit detectives intercepted cannabis sativa valued at about 4.62 million shillings in Nakuru. According to the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, officers acted on intelligence and mounted an ambush along the Eldoret-Nakuru highway, where they flagged down a vehicle suspected of ferrying the drugs. The vehicle stopped and searched, leading to the recovery of the consignment and the arrest of 2 suspects who are being held pending further investigations. Parents have been urged to build closer relationships with their children as a way of addressing rising cases of child abuse and indiscipline. Speaking in Kilifi County during a forum organized by Zamara Foundation that brought together stakeholders in children's affairs, participants raised concern over increased cases of violence against children, with the girl child noted as particularly vulnerable. Parental neglect and poverty were identified as the main drivers of the problem, with stakeholders calling for stronger family support systems and community involvement to safeguard children.
Poverty imechangia pakubwa hawa watoto kunyanyaswa kijinsia na pia kupata mimba za mapema, kwa sababu mtoto anakosa sodo, hawezi kuja shule katika hali hiyo.
Wazazi wametelekeza watoto, ama wajibu wao wamekuwa na majukumu kwa sababu ya maisha vile yalivyokuwa magumu. Sasa kuna gap ya kuwa ule mzazi kuwa karibu na mtoto wake, kuna hiyo gap.
Jomo Kenyatta International Airport is set for a major expansion under 154.2 billion Kenya shillings modernization plan that will significantly increase its capacity. According to a report from the Ministry of Roads and Transport, the airport's annual passenger handling capacity will rise from 7.5 million to 22 million. This will be achieved through upgrading existing facilities and constructing a new terminal. Here's Transport CS Davis Chirchir.
We wish to inform Kenyans that the current terminal will be expanded from 7.5 million passenger capacity current to 12 million, and the new terminal will handle 10 million passengers per year. I think we'll have time for you guys to appreciate the design of the new terminal and why that terminal. We do have the core handling area, the core processing area. On one side, it is an X design.
The National Assembly has approved the Finance Bill 2026 after members of Parliament held an electronic vote on Thursday evening. The bill will now be sent to President William Ruto for signing into law as part of the government's plan to introduce new tax and revenue measures for the 2026-2027 financial year. The bill had initially been passed through a voice note, but some lawmakers demanded a formal division vote, forcing the House to conduct an electronic tally in line with parliamentary procedures.
The results of the vote are as follows. On the third reading to the finance bill, the ayes, electronic vote 103, manual vote 19, total 122. The nays, electronic vote 36, manual vote 4, total 40. Order. Abstentions nil. So the results, the ayes have it.
A former Ugandan mayor and lawyer representing detained opposition figure Kizza Besigye, who was on trial for treason, has himself been charged with a treason-related offence. Arias Lukwago appeared before magistrates' court in the capital Kampala, looking visibly weak, local media reported. Days after he was arrested at his home, he denied the charges of failure to report treason and was remanded in prison until next week, when his case will be heard. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. It is now 10 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? So now, the conversations actually we've had since morning, hey, they have been eye-opening. Kuna vitu nimekuwa nikidhani najua, kumbe nimekuja kurealize sijui. But anyway, we shall be talking about that shortly, because in studio, we're still going to be focusing on the finance bill because it was passed yesterday. So this is quite important because we need to understand a few things about it. In studio is none other than Levi Mulase. Na ataniambia kama nimesema Levi vizuri, because mimi naochingi movie mengi na nikiona hii jina nasikianga wakiita Levi. So Levi Mulase. Levi is a senator aspirant for Busia County, but also he's a finance and analytics professional. He's a consultant on matters to do with finance. Levi, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Is it Levi or it's Levi? Unajua wa Kenya tunakuanga na njia yetu ya kusema vitu.
Levi is the right pronunciation, but
yes.
Most people call me Levi, and I accept.
You know what would you like me to call you? Levi or Levi?
Levi.
Yes. All right. Levi Mulase, karibu tena sana. Next to Levi is an advocate for education, development and social justice, specifically in northern Kenya. That is Ibrahim Mohamed Bule. Ibrahim, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Yes, karibu. Kabla tuingie mambo ya finance bill na mtuambie ni nini mnafanyanga na mnafanyanga wapi, City atawapatia methali. Methali za wiki hii yote zimetoka Senegal. Unaona vinyo wanafanya huko France I mean sorry kwa World Cup, sorry. Sasa nataka waambie pia wanakuanga na methali kali sana. So City, over to you.
Yes, this is the final day of our program from the Republic of Senegal. An interesting country, very unique. You can't kill a people fast enough than by killing their past. You can't kill a people fast enough than by killing their past. What do you think that proverb means?
Okay, according to my interpretation, is that say, for example, when it comes to leadership, so our leaders can't impose something on the people when in real sense that very thing hasn't worked before. Yes.
Okay. Ibra?
Oh, methali ya leo kuhusu about you can't kill
a people fast enough than by killing their past. Kuta kuwa watu kwa upesi, kwa kasi,
maliza past yao.
Actually, the people's hope and the people's perspective toward the current issue is what relates their past. So if you kill their perspective of today, it relates that the past also reflect on the current. So I will say it carry more impact of the future generation. Yeah.
And actually, they say that people are a reflection of also their history. So
yes,
if you delete their history,
yes,
then you've also deleted their identity.
Yes.
So you might not exterminate them the way you'd exterminate mosquitoes, but the moment you've finished that history, you've finished the people.
Yeah. And also, if I look back, and history has no justice. So reflecting on this, it depends on the perspective of the peoples of today.
Right.
So we cannot hide about we cannot run away from the past. So I will say that we have to keep on reflecting on the future also.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
True. Levi.
Yes.
Why do you want to unseat our very good friend Senator Okiya Omtatah?
Well, Senator Omtatah is doing a very good job, especially at the national level,
right,
in terms of upholding the rule of law and constitutionalism. But there is something that is missing for the people of Busia,
right,
and that is the lack of strong enough oversight, as well as the economic vision for the people of Busia.
Yeah.
And that is what I want to compliment.
Economic vision?
Yes.
Yeah. I didn't think that was the work of a senator, but help me understand. For example, if you were to be given that position, what exactly would you change economically for the people of Busia?
So economically, say Busia depends on agriculture. And when I go to the Senate, I want to push for policies around value addition to our agriculture. Say we produce sugarcane, we produce maize, we have fishermen in Busia.
Yeah.
So some of those policies I want to push at the Senate so that the people of Busia are able to get value of their products.
Okay.
Yeah. So say for example, for the rice millers in Bunyala, rice farmers, we don't have any millers in Busia.
So for rice?
Yes, for rice. So they farm rice and then they take to other regions for processing.
Okay.
So when I go to the Senate, I'll be able to push for policies around creating value addition. Say we are able to get or to establish rice milling industries, which will in turn give employment to the youth and also improve supporting infrastructure around those areas.
Okay.
How much rice does Busia County produce?
For the sake of correctness, I don't have the exact figure, but we can confirm.
But it's a lot.
Yeah, it's significant.
Okay.
Yeah.
What other industries by there are there in Busia that can be revamped or that can be enhanced or supported to provide to provide for the county?
I'll talk about fishing industry in Budalangi or Bunyala, let me say.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see, our fishermen are lacking basic storage facilities for their fish, whereby they have to fish, and then due to lack of storage facilities, brokers come, they know these people, their fish is going to go bad, so they wait and then they give them like a very low value for their fish because they have those cold storage trucks.
Okay.
Yes. But so when I go to the Senate, I want to push for policy around the blue economy and maritime and fisheries, so that such areas around maybe the lake region, Lake Victoria, we are able to have facilities for cold storage for our fishermen.
Okay.
Yes.
Last question.
Yes.
Watu wa ground wanasemaje?
Watu wa ground wanasema wakati ni wa vijana. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
As far as this whole endeavor is concerned.
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, we want what is best for the people, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. Ibrahim, I have a question. And one of our listeners actually has pointed out to that particular issue. Let me just see if I can find it on X. Yes. Ndongo is asking, where were 187 MPs yesterday during the finance bill 2026? Or, what were they doing? Why didn't they show up to represent their people, and so on and so forth? Because this is a very important activity and they should have been there for it. I don't know, was your MP from your area perhaps in parliament yesterday, if you know about it? And just to answer this whole issue of 187, where could they have been? This is a very important day for Kenya.
Such, when it comes to this issue, it's more of policy making.
Yes.
So majority of these MPs who have not appeared in this historic procedure, it depends on their personalities. Actually, my area MP was not available. But later on, I came to realize that he came to appear to take picture with. He was not in the arena, so it is more of I could say it is more of decision making.
Okay.
So and remember, if Northern Kenya, they are not agitating this issue. It relates with their political perspective. And 100, you have mentioned that 187 MPs
were unavailable.
They were not accounted for.
Yeah, 122 were in the house.
Yes. So it is all about, they are not only running away blame, but actually the country the country is going into unprecedented. So my area MP was not available.
Okay.
And I could say that maybe in the next reading, he will be there for making his
Are you sure?
his own opinion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that thing has already been passed. We're just waiting for the president to sign. So I highly doubt there's any other reading. So imeenda unless sasa akwe a finance bill ya next year.
Yeah. Sure.
But Levi, same question. Did you see your area MP?
Yes.
Oh, he was in the house.
Yes.
Okay. I saw.
Who's your area MP?
She's Mary Emase.
Na alifanya kile kitendo.
Alifanya ile.
Are you happy with the finance bill as it was passed yesterday?
In fact, I slept a very disappointed man.
Why so?
Yes, because this is a very important legislative process, and most of these members of parliament, especially the vocal ones we've been seeing in rallies and social media, failed to turn up. So if in a very important process like this one, the members of parliament who are supposed to represent the interests of their people fail to turn up, what does that tell you?
That they should be replaced.
Yes, they should go home.
Yeah. But the finance bill has passed. What are your thoughts on it?
My thoughts are that apart from the few amendments that were made, of which after the backlash from the public, after the public participation, say on the 25% excise duty on mobile phones, mitumba and stuff, the burden of the tax is still very huge on the taxpayer.
Okay.
And therefore I feel like the 2026 finance bill is more of a revenue collection finance bill.
Yes.
Because it tends to extract deeply from the already strained taxpayer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ibrahim, I don't know what your thoughts are on the finance bill as passed yesterday.
Actually, my thought is I'm also disappointed.
Okay.
I'm also disappointed about this financial bill. So the common people are also crying because of not only how they set up, but remember, this is a policy. Okay. I've already mentioned that. It is a policy. So what I will see is that there is more of top-up or addition of problem. And already now we are facing many issues related to high living standard.
Yeah. Things are expensive.
Things are more expensive when it comes to commodities and fuels and many other related. So I will say that these MPs, they could be there to defend the interests of Wananchi, but it has already passed because we are heading to 2027 election.
Yeah.
So it is one of their card that they will campaign for. But we need result.
Yeah.
Yes, you have hiked the price, you have hiked everything, but what are we getting from? So where I come from, Northeastern now.
Yes. Which county by there, if you don't mind?
I'm from Mandera County.
All right.
So we are seeing there's a low infrastructure. We are seeing there's a low delivery surface when it comes to health.
Right.
And yet many budgets have been pumped to this, as just we have seen it
to the county, yeah?
Paperwork.
Yeah.
But to the ground, I come to realize that people are facing severe, and people are also facing crisis.
Let me just ask you
when
on
it comes to health. Okay.
Yeah. And actually, I wanted to ask you on health, because health is a devolved function right now. Is your county doing enough, considering also the resources that they have received, or whether it's this particular county government or the previous county government or the previous one? I mean, do you think they have done enough?
If I take you 10 years back,
okay.
If I take you 10 years back and focusing on how they have been performing on health, it's only paperwork. But if you go to the ground, it's different. Because remember, these people are facing nepotism. They are recruiting their cousins to do on the behalf. And also, these people, they come through favorism. So someone who has not qualified,
yes,
you're putting in you're putting in the health service to do a major work for the county, and yet we are seeing little returns.
Yeah.
So I will say that it has failed. Actually, as a writer, as a community organizer, or as an author, I've been writing a book called Desert of Deception.
Okay.
This Desert of Deception is focusing on the main theme. It's not only corruption or poor leadership.
Yes.
It is how the community have been perceived about this service delivery.
Okay.
They have been, and remember, we are facing negotiated democracy.
How so?
Negotiated democracy is like the leaders are gathering around a tree and they finger point who will lead and who will not lead.
Okay.
So remember, you are qualified to be leading and you have been disqualified. So I will say,
yes,
basic services has not only failed, it has not reached its peak.
You know, City, whenever I hear someone from the north speaking, and because he's not the first one, a lot of the folks that we have hosted from his region, the one thing I am now understanding is that for a very long time, yes, the government had marginalized them, but at this point, they have even stopped blaming the government.
It's not only marginalized, it is a psychological problem.
So you're no longer now blaming the government?
No, we're not blaming. It is
now holding responsibility.
It is the person we fronted.
Yeah.
So the leader that we fronted to take the baton or to take us lead us is actually not only brainwashed, but he was told to do this and not to do that. But there's a time in my book, Desert of Deception, there's a time it will reach the younger generation will stand up.
Actually, that time has actually reached.
And this is the time. It's not future. It is today. As my younger politician who is coming up, Levi, mentioned that the youth are taking up.
Actually, Ibrahim, one of the things that is a hallmark of the change that you're speaking of is when somebody is willing to point out issues in their own community.
Yes.
Kenyans don't do that. You criticize everybody else, but when it comes to your backyard,
unaficha aibu.
Unaenda hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi.
Sure,
You never.
sure.
You see, that you are able to do that means you're not the only one who thinks that way. You're not the only one who is seeing this problem. What you are doing, you are voicing it.
True. Yeah.
And every time there is a backlash, that is a confirmation that what you're saying is actually true. Yes. Because if it wasn't true, then the conversation would be different. But when it comes hot and it's heavy, and then bas, medunga mahali.
Yeah.
The point though is, how do you move away from that culture of the negotiated democracy?
Actually, I was asked this in many forums. I've been participating in high-end forums like UN forums, and this is, to me, it's bullshit. It's it is something.
What's your language you're on air?
Oh, sorry.
Call it horse manure.
Sorry for that. Sorry for that.
But continue.
Yeah, it's a generated idea. But my ideology is focusing on young generation. I've been airing out my views, my views and what I will be thinking of. But I will say that enough is enough.
Ibrahim, let me ask you a question. Is there a time when this negotiated democracy was of some benefit to the community? This idea of Wazir being consulted, Wazir deciding, was there a time when it was beneficial?
Actually, it came as a result of cultural perspective. It's come as a cultural impact. But my perspective or my view on negotiated democracy, it is about interclan clashes.
Okay.
Two clans are going head on head to seek for a certain position. And remember, these people are suffering a lot when it comes to environment. They are living in a harsh environment. They are pastoralists, remember. They are looking for greener pasture, moving from one area to other area. So the elders are very wise, and I will not say they are educated. Of course, they are religiously educated, but secular or conventional education, they have less. So what they thought of is that they want to bring their head together, and then they will endorse one person who's able in terms of financial, but idea-wise.
Kidogo kuna shida.
Ibrahim, let me ask you. Are there people who've been elected by this process who have actually benefited
the community?
The community, I will say no. I will say no.
That's very harsh,
Because you see, if they are elected, they have not come through merit. They're just appointed.
It was favoritism,
It's a favoritism.
The system essentially appoints them.
Yes. And they only serve their master, and these masters are their elders. And remember, the community I'm from are the second majority. So which means the majority, when they make their decision, they will not consider the minority. They only consider who is seconding them, who is coming near to them in terms of population, in terms of financial efforts, and in terms of also how are they going to grab the little remained. So they lock out the minorities, whereby the minorities have been told, this is just negotiated democracy. We have negotiated on your behalf. So actually, I will say in one word about the negotiated democracy is one man's power. Also, the rest are suffering.
Levi, speaking of power, I've been seeing Dr. Moses Wetangula, Speaker of the National Assembly, doing lots of rounds in Western Kenya with Farouk Kibet, and they are saying that he is the man after 2032. I don't know what your thoughts are as far as that is concerned.
But you see, I don't know why the conversation should be going to 2032 when we have 2027 just around the corner.
Yeah, but it is said that the community is now behind President Ruto. They allow him to have a second term. Then now in 2032, it is your turn to eat.
But you've seen with the Kenya Kwanza administration, everywhere the president goes, they promise someone from that area. When he goes to coast, Joho is being the hand of Joho is being held in the air that 2032 it's his time. When he comes to Western, 2032 is Wetangula. Maybe when he goes to another region,
and they don't mention Mudavadi. Ama Mudavadi jiski na hiki tu.
You see, Mudavadi maybe he's not aggressive. Yes, he's not aggressive
in asking for this thing.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So you're saying that when they come to Kambani, they say it's Kalonzo.
Yes, it's Kalonzo. It's someone maybe there. When they go to Nyanza, they say
Oburu.
Yes, it's Oburu. 2032. Yes.
Oh, they actually said that.
She was just mentioning names.
Yes, so every region is being promised that, okay, after Ruto is done, now we'll pick a guy from this area to represent the people of Kenya.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, continue.
All right, but whatever is happening in Kenya is, I don't know how to describe it, because Wetangula is the Speaker of National Assembly.
Yes, he is.
And as much as he's supposed to practice impartiality on matters politics, I do clearly understand that his party, Ford Kenya, is part of the Kenya Kwanza administration.
Yes.
And that is why he has to be part of the politics of Kenya Kwanza. But in real sense, his position, he's supposed to be impartial about politics.
Yeah. I wonder who's been fronted when they go to northern Kenya, but anyway, you're totally bad day. For the people of this regional tours rather that we're seeing the president making, even recently when he was in Wajir for it was Madaraka Day, right? Yeah, when it was Madaraka, yeah. So when he was there and they were seeing all this, and he's in this other county and that other county. Yesterday he was in Mombasa County and so on and so forth. Are we seeing any tangible development, in your opinion, when the government is moving in that kind of way in all these particular spaces?
For me, I can say the government is just trying to maintain visibility in the public eye. And also, some of these projects are for political optics, especially now that we are approaching 2027 general elections. Because you see the president and his team, everywhere they go, they pronounce a new project is coming. But where are the finances for those projects? Because some of those projects, we don't have any public document showing how they are going to be financed. Neither are they in the budget. Like take for example the issue of SGR extension from Naivasha to Malaba. Okay, in the supplementary budget, there's some allocations for that, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, for the SGR. But still, the SGR is estimated to take about 500 billion from Naivasha to Malaba. But the allocation so far have not reached the target of what they are aiming. So where is this money coming from? Or are these declarations just about the 2027 elections? Then thereafter, some of the projects will be stalled.
I highly doubt this Malaba one will stall.
Yeah.
Considering it's now regional. But I get your point in terms of that the argument behind some of the projects, the other projects.
Yes, the other projects. Yeah, the SGR to Malaba may not likely stall. But also, I saw something coming up recently, whereby Uganda is extending its railway, and it's picking it from Malaba now inwards to Uganda. Yeah? And now they are...
Yeah, in DRC, right?
Yeah. DRC is in Bali. You see, they have options. You can go to DRC, you can go to Rwanda.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they already issued a bond, I don't know, about 62 billion. I saw it recently, a Sukuk bond to start their railway from Malaba towards Uganda.
Yes.
But now the issue is, okay, for the Kenyan side, we have that program in place. But how long is it going to take? Yeah. So you see, it will bring an issue of regional integration. Maybe Uganda will complete their side, and Kenya have not connected to Malaba. So it's also something that is in discussion.
Worth noting.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, but the SGR has got some proper timelines.
Yes.
If there's one thing najua hii wanaweza kosa kucheza nayo hiyo SGR. Other projects they might. But Ibrahim, what are your thoughts?
Actually, this regional tour, and I take a case study of northern Kenya, particularly Wajir. It's a good initiative. It also bring assurance. Recently, my case study was I was writing an article about how President Ruto visited Wajir.
Yeah.
And my analysis was...
You are talking about this recent Madaraka Day.
Madaraka Day.
Okay.
I've been asking the ground, I've been asking the people how they felt. Have they felt how the emotion was, and how were they thinking, and what is the roadmap? What is the roadmap for the future?
Yeah.
So majority of them, they are telling me that they are very happy seeing sitting government visiting Wajir, business booming that day, and many hotels are packed, and people now, there's a lot of circulation of money only during that 3 days visit.
Okay.
But it is a historical injustice also relating about this regional tour. But I will say that it has to take simultaneously. It has to be something that is now and then. Northeastern is been cut off, and you have also mentioned about marginalization. So this regional tour, it will guide them to produce more of what they are capable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we saying that the Kenya Kwanza government has done right by the people of the northern region as opposed to all other governments before it?
Yeah, Kenya Kwanza, Kenya Kwanza, what they thought of is they're targeting on these swing votes.
Yeah.
They're not targeting much more. To me,
but is it that beneficial?
Ruto cannot do things overnight. President Ruto will not be able doing this thing very fast or overnight. Northeastern, it has been existing since independent, and it was a card being played that it's a pledge. Actually, I will say it was a pledge, and it will be a pledge. Every government that is coming on board, they promise it.
And then nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
But you're saying this time around it's happening. The reason I'm asking this
this
is
round,
because I want to confirm and make a distinction, because again, we usually have these conversations with a lot of folks from that region. So I just want to confirm that indeed there is actually tangible change.
Actually, these tangible changes, if I divide it into 3 verses or divide it into 3 categories, I will say quarter of it took place.
Okay.
But what brings people together is infrastructure and good service and delivery service. So I came to realize that roads are being connected.
Okay.
I will say 200 kilometers, and the promise is 748 kilometers, and we remained by how many kilometers now?
500?
Yes.
Is it an ongoing project?
It's an ongoing, but it is off and on. So the other promises, I will
na venye president anashinda kuko na chopa, angalia akuje kuangalia
anaendaga kucheki, but it is
unakuniambia anaangalianga to the same spot over and over.
It is a pocket. It's a pocket project. It's a pocket project.
You know, when you hear of an area, a region that has been neglected, you see, we think of the places we are used to and the road networks that we see. Please picture a place that didn't have that road network.
True.
Zero. Yeah, and don't imagine. And then when they started having a road network, it was maram, but really ikinyesha huko na shida.
Yeah, all weather road. Yeah.
Yes. And public transport. Juzi ndio zimekuja. Before then, you needed a lorry or something that would. It was not something, a place you accessed easily. Right? So once you that picture, then you will know the significance of the roads that you're speaking about, because the areas that we come from have had roads.
But the question is, what Northeastern are bringing to other part of Kenya?
What are they bringing?
That is the question we have to ask ourselves.
No, I'm actually asking you.
What Garissa can provide Nairobi? What Garissa can provide Nakuru? What Wajir is providing Eldoret?
Tell me, for example.
And Eldoret is feeding Wajir. Eldoret is feeding Garissa. Eldoret is feeding Mandera. Now the question I'm asking in my book is called Desert of Deception. How Northeastern leadership and corruption failed. So this is what I'm focusing on. So little did I know that what Northeastern is bringing on board to the rest of Kenya. What are they proud of? Sahi leo nikisimama hapo Wajia niseme najifunia leo I'm feeding the rest. What are they bringing on board? That is the question we have to ask ourselves. Yes, leaders come and go since independent. The same budget is being allocated and we are not seeing result. So I could say Northeastern initially it was built to bring on board feeding the rest of Kenya meat, nyama. They have large vast livestock. That's what they can provide.
Beyond that, you're saying there's nothing else.
And remember, this is a semi-arid place.
So the same way our brothers' land can give us sugar, and you've mentioned fish and footballers. Yes. You're saying that.
And it's a border.
Actually, if it's been tapped very well, we have large fast underwater. We can bring up irrigation, and if it is properly, and also we have solar harvest. Remember. What is Saudi Arabia today? I was in Saudi Arabia 17 days ago, a place called Jeddah. And I traveled there, and I've been studying how they have been harvesting sun. I came to realize that 60% of national grid is connected to the sun.
Solar power.
How
big did you say? You said what percentage?
60%.
60%.
Yes.
Of their power is solar.
Yes. And these people, they have oil. Oil is for only export. They only do commercial.
Okay.
And this can it be happening in northern Kenya? Can we connect the other part of the rest of Kenya through solar?
What is stopping?
Or maybe can we use this utility that we have in as space tourism? And remember, I've been reading small articles about Elon Musk, the space. He's targeting on Malindi and Garissa because of clear view where he can transport people in the next 10 years or 20 years to come. He wants to transport people to Mars.
To Mars, yes.
To space, actually, maybe 400 kilometers from here. So he has been mentioning Garissa in his views or in his survey. And soon it will be available to public. And he has been using Malindi. Why does he target Northeastern? And I've seen many capable leaders now coming up for renewable energy.
Okay.
Northeastern is an available opportunity for the rest of Kenya.
You want to add something, Levi?
Yeah, on what he's saying, I am just curious to know about the livestock farming in Northeastern, especially now that we've seen agencies like Calro, we've seen ILRI, and doing a lot of research in terms of improving the breeds maybe of livestock. So maybe what are the impacts so far on the ground? Because I believe livestock can be a major economic activity.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. in the northern Kenya. So what about that line of maybe climate smart agriculture and maybe improved breeds, more resistant breeds of cattle for maybe meat production?
Yeah, they have tried. They have actually tried, and now there's ongoing project. Like if you see NGOs or maybe personal development, they are focusing on this livestock farming, not only to provide meat. Remember, they also sell the hides, for regeneration or maybe for recycling or maybe to do and consumption, product. So livestock actually is the main social or economic activities for northern Kenya. Do it to harsh environment. Now they are registering livestock insurance. There are some private investors. They are now investing. They are collecting money from this livestock people. They are telling, save with us this amount. Register with us. Like Takaful insurance are carrying out this major procedure. Yeah. And remember, an average person might own, I don't want to drag these politicians like Duale. Duale owns 1,000 camel. And if he secures this 1,000 camel with insurance and pays 10,000 per camel, times 1,000, how much is he going to pay?
10 million.
10 million. 10 million goes to insured. And maybe he might lose 200 through famine, through drought. It's been compensated. It's been compensated.
Okay.
So there's logistic problem. There's slaughterhouse infrastructure problem.
Yeah.
And these people, they slaughter it in open area. Every morning in Mandera, where I come from, they slaughter 200 camel. They slaughter 400 cattle. They slaughter 1,000 goat. And
this is in your village?
Yes. And imagine, people easily can access meat because they can blend with their diet. Mtu anaweza nunua 2 kg, 3 kg, and then hakuna refrigeration on spot wa chakula. So can we sell this meat to the other part of Kenya? Is it capable? Is it possible? Can we do it?
Ibrahim,
and politicians, they have been addressing this only promises.
They are not addressing it at all, because
only on the campaign, only on.
It is true. You see, agriculture is devolved.
Thank you.
Okay, and if you come from Northeastern, you will understand the problems of Northeastern better than anybody else.
True.
Okay, you will know what happens when there's drought. All these things you will know. With climate change, something unique has been happening. Much as you have prolonged drought, you also have more rain than you ever had before. So there's something called
harvesting,
water.
Water harvesting.
Yes, there's something that we refer to as feedlots.
Feedlots.
Put it this way. There are agricultural processes that you can set in motion, and there have been donor countries that have been very kind and have tried over time to help part of those regions to create an ecosystem within what it is that they are good at thrives.
True.
But if you take it now at the political angle, there's something called a council of governors. I'm not sure what it is that they do beyond complaining that they have not gotten their share from the national government. Because if you have a strength, should that then not be the very position from which you grow your economy? You say, this is what you have. Northeastern Kenya is huge.
It's untapped again. It has untapped potential. Yeah.
Your county, most people don't even know that it has a river.
Of course.
And it's not seasonal. By the way, it's not seasonal. It
is a seasonal. It is
actually
seasonal.
It is seasonal now. Look at the history of that river and tell me whether it was.
Are you referring to Tana River or?
No.
Dawa
I'm
River.
referring to Dawa. It wasn't always seasonal. You see, when you have a river, you have to ask yourself, what is it that determines the rainfall in your country? For instance, do you have a program for growing trees? Do you have a program for reducing desertification? Because
it's true.
These are the programs that guarantee that the water source does not diminish. What is the water table like in Mandera? Do you have to dig 300 meters before you get water, or is it 20, or is it 30? Meaning,
it's 150 actually.
Yes. There are very many things that can be done to ensure that people actually make a living, and all the programs that they want can actually be done. There are parts of this country that don't have rivers at all, yani seasonal or not, Hawana.
And also it depends how these people are planning the way forward.
Now you've gotten what I'm getting to. You see, even if there's a limit what a governor can do,
true.
But there's a lot a governor can do.
True.
There is something in politics called lobbying.
True.
How you push to have progress come to your place. How you push. And you don't push as an individual. There has to be a caucus of people who are elected from your region, who when they speak, they know it's one voice speaking. Yes. Okay? And the Somali community is no longer what it was 20 years ago. They are a commercial powerhouse, and they have a voice that you must listen to whether you want to or not. Now that is a voice you use to ensure that that you get the development that you need. And the same applies to the part of the world that you come from. Yes. The population of Luya land is huge, but they never speak with one voice.
Sure.
Why, by the way?
Anaongea kutoka Bungoma, Waluya wa Bungoma,
Too much
Waluya wa
democracy.
Busia, Waluya wa Maragoli ama Vihiga.
It's vice versa.
So ni kama Waluya tuliambiwa nyinyi ni Waluya, lakini kila mtu wako na yes.
You see, the very thing that the counties have that could propel the counties forward are the things that the so-called leaders who are elected don't seem to understand or see. Because it is not that we have a country that doesn't have resources. We have resources.
Yes.
And it is not that we can't bring about change. We can. It's very simple to understand. When the county governments have strong economies, the country has a strong economy. It's not complicated.
Yeah, sure.
And will you also see the difference now? When one voice is brought up. If a good example is this developed world, like a good example is Singapore. I've been also reading about Singapore, how they arrived there. But is it about politics, or is it about education, or is it about economy? What these people are looking at? How can we reach this one voice that one day Busia will be stable, Busia will be independent, Mandera will be independent, and it can provide, it can surpass its target, and it can feed the neighboring county. What is it are we looking at in the next 10 years to come? Maybe my youngest senator will come up with...
You see, Ibrahim, and yes. That was why the initial idea of devolution was for us to develop our regions, say the counties, using the resources from our regions and also from the national government. We develop our regions, and with the regional economic development, then generally it translates to nationwide development. Yes.
Something as simple as counties trading with each other. Because you have different strengths. For instance, coconuts don't grow in Luo Nyanza. Yes. Okay? Cashew nuts don't grow in Luo Nyanza.
True.
There is so much within our borders that we can do among ourselves. Forget this.
Yeah, the way Waji and Mandera are now currently doing, watermelon have harvest, you know.
Precisely. Now, you see, it means they are farming. There are people who grow maize in Mandera.
Yes,
okay?
yes. Yeah.
People are beginning to understand they can farm, and they are farming. Okay? If you have a community that can transform themselves from being pastoralists to an economic powerhouse and moving into industry, that alone should tell you that mindset, if it focuses on their own region, they can actually transform the region completely.
True. Yeah.
Completely. It's a question of vision. Whether those people who you elect have a vision. Forget talking nice. Do they have a vision? When you listen to this person, you realize, Haki, who you anaelewa.
Yeah, an action plan also.
Yes, this one can take us from point A to point B. There's somebody whom I listen to, and I know he has a vision. Because it's called Abdullahi Alas.
Yeah, Abdullahi Alas was my English teacher.
Yes. Abdullahi Alas has a vision.
Of course. Yeah.
But he's also a thinker. He never stops thinking.
True.
Never. He's always thinking about what can be done, and not only what, how it can be done, and how it can benefit people. Now, many of the people we elect, unfortunately, are not thinkers. They're entertainers. Because part of the reason why they got elected in the first place is they are very entertaining.
And why are they looking out? Why are they looking out, these people? Have you ever noticed that Abdullahi Alas is capable, and he's a thinker, and also he's very aggressive on his ideology.
Yes, he is.
And he also wants to bring on board like-minded people.
Yes.
So what are you thinking of him when he go to the ground? He's been locked out. Not due to his tribe. He's from the second majority tribe.
Yes.
And he ran for MP once, back, if I take you back, maybe 10 years ago. And the same guy has been locked out.
Yes, in fact, it is good that he stood, because then...
And he was about to be created opportunities. And
Ibrahim, let me tell you something.
Yes.
The ideas that people like Alas have take a bit of time before people can understand where he's coming from.
Of course, yeah, sure.
They take a bit... The things you are saying here, there are very many people within your community who will not like you. They say,
like me also, they blocked me. I've been interviewing people because I wanted to track through my journey, through how they have been deceived. You know, this is a deception. They've been lied.
The moment you say that, you've guaranteed enemies. Guaranteed.
Of course, I'm not bringing out the truth. The truth is setting you free.
Yes.
Through Quran or through the Bible, the truth will set you free.
It does set you free.
Truth will not fold your hand. So if I bring out this truth, if I tell them, or they listen, I'm just a messenger. I'm a messenger. So I carry the message, I deliver, they hear or they don't hear.
No, you have to continue. Have you heard of the concept of an idea whose time has come?
Yes.
There are things which you will say, when you first say it, people reject it. But if you give it time, you find more and more people beginning to understand that actually we've been shortchanged here.
Of course, yeah.
All the monies that these counties have received, it is a lot of money.
It's a lot.
And the sad thing is you cannot see on the ground where that money has gone.
Or there's no corresponding value at all.
No.
Or is there a hidden force that is holding them, or is there something that we don't see with our eyes?
Actually,
they just come before us and they don't want to tell us what is behind the scene.
How
behind the curtain.
Abraham, let me ask you, how exactly do you justify greed? Because it's greed. You've been elected, you've been given a job to look after people, to ensure the resources you have. I can understand you being confused because this amount is a lot of money. But surely, after you've been confused, can you also not look for ways of ensuring that your people benefit?
Yeah, you should do something for the people, at least something that is visible.
Something that changes lives.
Exactly.
Because there's so much that can be done.
Sure.
And we are having this discussion because that so much is not being done.
And that's the exact case that is happening in my home county, Busia. Because each and every time we receive money for development, but there's no accountability of where the money is going.
Yeah.
So there's no proper accountability for how much the projects are taking. Maybe some of the projects have been started but have stalled. So far, how much has been used on that project, how much is needed, that is still opaque. And that is why in my manifesto, as a senatorial aspirant, what I want to do is like I propose an open dashboard, especially at the county headquarters in Busia. We can have maybe a screen or even in the website for Busia County, somewhere whereby we have a dashboard that displays the projects that we are undertaking in each sub-county, the progress of those projects, how much money has been used so far, how much have the contractors been paid, what time is remaining to complete the project. So such transparency in this era is needed so that the public can see where their monies are going. Yeah.
All right.
This also brings us to a book called The Sapien, A Brief History of Mankind. This book is written by a Jewish man. His name is called Senator. You also incoming senator, actually.
Yes.
You have to read that book. It's called The Sapien, A Brief History of Mankind.
Okay.
How history has been injustice to many of us. Yeah. So the book speak about misuse of the public resource. It address more of poor leadership. It also speak of hiding the truth. You are capable. For me, you are capable. But if you go to the ground, people will judge you. They don't judge your content. They judge your appearance. They say he's young. Maybe they give excuses. But you are capable to do the work.
Speaking of which, there's a constituent of yours who's asking you, Levi.
Yes.
Ask Levi, what is his take on mining of gold, iron ore, tin in Busia County, and what are the tax avenues he thinks can help the county?
Okay, about gold in Busia, this an activity that has been going on for quite a long time, although it hasn't been formal initially. Because since I was a child, I used to hear about gold mining, especially towards border areas around Ojami. I have a place called Amoni. That has been happening. But it's just recently that now we are hearing interest from the government and maybe a move towards legislation around the mining of this gold. So the issue about taxation, because I believe it's a natural resource which is in our county, and first the excavation of the gold, maybe it will be undertaken by the Ministry of Mining. But now the residents, what are the residents getting out of that? Yes, the value the residents will be getting out of the gold.
Yeah.
Do
you have a plan to ensure that they actually get value?
Yes, I have a plan. And the plan is that those people who will be working in those mines, of course, mining gold, it needs some experts, skilled people, and also we have other unskilled people who can provide labor. So first, apart from our people being only used as laborers, we can push for policies around having value addition, say industry or for processing that gold.
You don't actually wait to become a member of parliament to do this. Legislation is key.
Yes.
Because that will be the protective umbrella that industry or people who work in that industry will have. That's number one. Number two, the government needs to give us an audit. We need to understand. You see, in this day and age, you can even tell, you can quantify the gold you have.
The amount and the value of gold that is in this.
You can. But on a larger scale, that legislation needs to be able to audit and tell us the minerals we have in this country. See, gold peke yake. Because that region we hear gold. What else? What about Northeastern? What do they have? So that when we understand the national wealth we have a discussion of this is the wealth we have. And this is the legislation that guards this wealth, and this is how we are going to manage it. Right now it's hodgepodge. Yes, go ahead.
And with ACT, something about these natural resources, there's something about the Sovereign Wealth Fund, whereby we are talking about natural resources, and maybe the proceeds from these natural resources we are investing for future generations.
Yes, but we need to know what these resources are first.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Once we know, and we know where they are,
yes,
then we have a very clear idea of what we have,
Yes.
then we can talk about what we're going to do
Yes.
with it.
Yeah.
But successive governments have ensured that that remains a secret. Yani, people are tight-lipped. Unasikiaga two snippets, oh, labda kuna oil.
Yeah, by the way, we don't know what minerals are in certain parts of Kenya. We don't know at all.
And yet we have a ministry that deals with
mining.
Yes, but you still hear, you never hear the full story of what it is that we have collectively as minerals.
Gentlemen, we have come to the end of the show. Asante tena sana Ibrahim. Thank you so much. Wewe umesema utaki kiti chochote huko kwenu. Wewe tu ni mtu
I'm just pushing them from behind.
Okay. It's a good thing.
Hiyo ni kiti yako nayo tayari.
Mheshimiwa, we wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Na ukishafika huko kwa Senate, tusianze kusema huyu jamaa sasa nafasi tumempatia alafu hakuna kitu anafanya.
Kwanza hivi amebadilisha wardrobe because he can't fit into what he used to have.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Alafu unaendesha gari hapa kubwa ya 25 million na saizi sijui uko na gani, so hiyo tabia usipeleke huko.
Hii maneno tumebadilisha kama vijana. We are telling you we are coming as young people with full understanding of governance, of economic policies. Yeah, and we want to turn around what has been happening in this nation.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Asante sana.
Karibuni tena sana. See you on Monday. Asubuhi na mapema.
Got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul.